there. We just recently finished one of the last major cleanups, the 61810 burial ground, some will recall, which is actually along a major highway which goes to Energy Northwest and has public access. It's just a few miles from us right here. Most of us know where that is. And I'm proud to say is that particular job, as you can see, is now finished. This actually is a little bit different. As Brian told you earlier, now it's hard to see because the grass has grown back, the tumbleweeds are thriving, and we have returned to that natural landscape. So we just completed that this last winter, and it's working, and we are now recovering that land. Quite the feat for a job that everyone said would never be done, that couldn't be done. But we need to look a little bit further as we go forward, of course. We're continuing on the 300 area. As Brian showed you, the 324 facility, certainly a major concern to all of us, just because of its proximity to the community of Richland. We're in the active progress right now on that particular project with doing what we call our facility modifications. As everyone will recall, there was a plume that was found underneath that building, which, when that building was being prepared for demolition previously, stopped that process. We are now in the progress of actually modifying the facility and revamping the facility to bring it to a point where we can actually remove the floor from underneath the building, use the building as protection, and remove that soil from within the building, which will facilitate our ability to tear that building down in the future. Again, that project is moving along very well. We have the support to continue those activities. We are moving along on it, and we're within a few years of finishing that project up as well. Cesium strontium capsules, another major concern to all of us and to the communities. I'm pleased to say that designs have been completed on that project. We actually are in this year starting to move forward with construction, testing, demonstration, and preparation to actually start removing the capsules within the next couple of years and finish that up by 2025. That resolves that risk for everybody. Now we don't have to worry about capsules anymore representing a risk to the workers, the public, or the site. Plutonium finishing plant. Another major challenge, one of the most contaminated facilities in the world, has presented quite a few challenges, and we have learned a lot from it over the years. Pleased to report this picture is actually a little out of date. Right now, we just finished yesterday what we call the lower risk portion of demolition, actually the day before yesterday. And it's basically, there's not much of that facility left, but we still have work to do. And that work is moving into what we call the second phase of demolition, the final phase. We'll be starting that, as a matter of fact, next week. That will continue on for the next couple of months. But literally, the plutonium finishing plant 234.5Z should be done within the next few months. That's the picture as of yesterday. But we need to think about what we have learned as well, and going forward, what the function of the Central Plateau really is as we move along into the future. So if we look at what is present, now we look into the future. You know, we've completed the final tasks along the river corridor. As we finish those up, we're all moving to the Central Plateau. That was the plan. Get everybody off the river, move up to the plateau. That creates its own problems. That creates its own challenges. Footprints is up on the plateau is pretty tight. When you have tank farms, a waste treatment plant, a waste management facilities and all that go with that, and demolition and risk reduction. So everything that I potentially do has the potential to affect John and his task, Val and her task, Bob and his task to support infrastructure, as well as I rely on Bob to provide me infrastructure so that we can manage these risks. You see the picture down below, the Purex waste tunnels. I believe all of us can remember the lesson that the Purex waste tunnels taught us. And that is, if it goes wrong, it affects all of us. And that includes our communities, that includes the region. So we have learned from that, and we are now actively looking forward to what are the next levels of risk reduction that we need to deal with to protect the mission going forward, which is tank retrievals and making glass. So we have a lot of areas, the redox facility, which you see up in the upper right corner. We have to work with that because we have a laboratory sitting right next to it that the WTP and tanks depend upon. Plutonium finishing plant, you can see the projection of what it will look like in just a few months, but we're not done. There's still risks there that need to be taken care of. And they're not visible because they're below ground. So there's still a lot of work for us to do on the Central Plateau and learn how to work through those processes. And of course, the last, as you see in the lower right, is our new disposal facility that we are now working to bring up online, which will support directly the disposal of glass that will be made from the WTP. So a lot of progress being made, a lot of progress going right now, and a lot of work to do into the future. And with that, I think we'll start talking a little bit about the future and turn it over to Mr. Eschenberg.
Thanks, Ty. Washington River Protection Solutions is a company that's 3,000 people strong, and those 3,000 people are focused on one objective, and that's to make glass. And while we don't actually make the glass, Val's team will, we support the waste treatment plant in three specific ways. First, we consolidate waste from the older single-shell tanks into the newer double-shell tanks. Secondly, we're focused on rebuilding our infrastructure, and this is the infrastructure to supply waste to the waste treatment plant. That consists of an underground series of pipes and utilities. We want to make sure that we've got a very dependable, reliable, and durable means to supply waste to WTP. And then thirdly, we're focused on other infrastructure improvements, including what's called the tank side cesium removal capability. And that's where we'll actually pre-treat the waste before we send it over for vitrification. So those are our three principal focus areas, but again, it's all about making glass for us. So with that, I'd like to walk you through a quick video. If we could play the video, please. So here, this is our tank retrieval operations. These are operators at a console. Today, we've retrieved 10% of the total tank inventory. We're working on tank AX102 now. Here we have operators at the console. Our retrieval method is robotic. We use a series of high-pressure water, low-pressure water, hot water to dissolve and move the materials in the tank for removal. This is a picture of a tank when the waste has been completely removed. It's a mosaic picture, a little difficult to discern. Infrastructure improvements. Here we're doing a briefing on site. You'll see that this is a pump removal activity. You can see it's labor intensive. This is much like the Stanford Marching Band. It's a well choreographed event. This takes the better part of a day. It's high hazard work. This particular pump's about 65 feet long. It's a slow, deliberate operation. Here we're upgrading some of the infrastructure to support tank waste retrievals. That's actually a new hot water heater. I mentioned the tank side cesium removal capability. This actually treats the waste. This is a view looking to the south. This is the closest tank farm. It's called East Farm. You can see the waste treatment plant in the background. Waste will come into what's called AP Farm, which is the closest tank farm to the waste treatment plant. The waste is processed through the tank side cesium removal system. We use ion exchange to pull out the radionuclides. When the ion exchange columns are loaded, they're actually stored on the pad there. You see the small forklift. And then waste is fed forward to the WTP for vitrification. This is a view of an ILAW canister. You see the carousel there. When the glass is poured, they're loaded into the canisters and they're taken to on-site shallow land disposal. For us, it's all about protecting the environment and protecting the river. Okay, so at the top line, it's all about risk reduction. You see what we're doing, all of us here, we're all about reducing the risk to the community, to the environment, to the Columbia River. Infrastructure improvements, we talked a lot about that. We're investing millions and millions of dollars to upgrade the infrastructure to support not only the feeding waste to the WTP, but it's also about treating the effluents that come back from WTP. So it's a very interconnected, integrated system. Therein the need to make sure that we have high confidence in the reliability of all of our support systems, whether it be the effluent treatment facility, whether it be our evaporator, or the means by which we supply waste for vitrification. For us, in the lower left-hand corner here, accelerated operations. When Val and her team energize the low-activity waste melters, that's a big day for all of us at the table. And it's big because the melter, and Val will talk about this, but once you turn the melter on, you can't turn it off. And so we have to make sure that all of us have the means where we can reliably support that operation of the melter. And we do that, it's 24/7, it's around the clock, there's no days off, there's no holidays, we have people here around the clock. And so that pace of operations for all of us is going to increase dramatically. Brian touched on it. We've not had full-scale production operations on this site in decades. And to transition from what's principally a day shift operation into round-the-clock operations requires a huge shift in everything that we do, from a cultural perspective to how we staff and man all of our individual work fronts. The last piece I'll just mention here, a little bit of bragging. We are leveraging advanced technologies and digital transformation. We're all familiar with digital transformation and how it's literally changed the world in everything we do, from healthcare to training. We've also taken advantage of those technologies and digital transformation in what we do to manage the tank farms. So, for example, we've consolidated a number of our control rooms into a singular control room. We've gone from clipboards and pens to taking shift rounds with an iPad. So this true digital transformation, it's safer for our workers, it's more efficient, it's more predictable, and it's all about, for us, it's about making sure we're as efficient as we can and supplying waste and supporting the waste treatment plant. That's what we're all about. And so with that, Val, I think I'm gonna pass it
Great. Thank
to you.
Thanks, John. Okay. Good morning. Val McCain. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some of the VIT plant story with you this morning. You can see in this very first photo here how the job site looked early on in the project, kind of the first chapter of our story. You know, back then the plan was for WTP to be a pilot plant. The initial conceptual design was for a small-scale set of facilities intended to treat a limited amount of the tank waste. And over the course of the project's development, as more became known about the tank waste and characterization activities continued, the design and execution strategy for the plant evolved into a massive full-scale set of facilities. So it shifted from that pilot plant to a full plant with higher throughput. So as many of you know, and as John talked about, today what we're implementing is the DFLAW portion, which is going to get us to treating the low-activity waste first. And so I'm going to give you a snapshot of kind of a current picture of the site today. It includes all the facilities in place to support that current focus. It represents meaningful and visible progress towards writing DFLAW's final chapter, which will get us to glass. So from a big picture perspective, we finished design in the summer of this year, June of 2019. All the major procurements are behind us. In fact, yesterday I got picture snapped to me of our last major procurement arriving on site. So we've got all our major equipment and bulks to finish the plant. We're out of the construction business nearly, and we're making significant progress in startup and testing activities. So just to touch on construction for a bit, in May of this year, we completed the construction for the balance of facilities. We refer to that as BOF. It's 20 different utility systems needed to support the plant. Consider it the utility backbone for the facility. We've completed the construction in the analytical laboratory. low-activity waste facility. And so what really remains from a construction standpoint, this kind of the significant piece of construction remaining is for our effluent management facility, or EMF, and that was a newer facility that we had in place for the DFLAW mission. So that's well underway. And if you go out to site today, you're going to see, the building's up, the siding's up, the roofing's almost complete, and we're really into the nitty-gritty of the remaining piping and electrical activities in there. And so tremendous progress. But this next slide, where we're at right now is we're really deep into the startup and rigorous testing phase of the project. Over the coming months, more and more of our facilities will be going through startup and commissioning, and that's to prepare for operations. And so a brief snapshot of that progress. For those utility systems that I mentioned, nearly 70% of them have already gone through that startup phase and have been handed over to our plant management team for commissioning. In the laboratory, over 75% of the lab systems have already been through startup and are with commissioning. And we recently accomplished kind of a major integrated operation in the lab, which is to get our ventilation system running to provide cooling in there. So it might not sound like a big deal, but it's a big deal to have that up and running. And so I see in the next couple of months that we expect to have completed all the startup in both the lab and the balance of facilities. In our low-activity waste facility, which is really the heart of DFLAW, nearly 85% of those systems are in startup, and a significant number of those have already been handed over to our plant management team as well for commissioning activities. And the EMF, or the effluent management facility, even though I say that's kind of where we're at in the heart of construction right now, we've already started turning over systems into startup's hands, and even just this week, some of the smaller systems related to the powerhouse have been handed over to commissioning. So making a lot of forward progress in that area. So if you come out to site, you see a lot of the I call it the landscaping, but a lot of the fencing, paving, and that groundwork being completed as well. So really good progress there. And kind of as we look forward, we have a good line of sight on that completion of the construction activities and startup. And so now it's really, getting that line of sight and focusing on a readiness and commissioning towards the finish line of the project. Some key activities include a hiring of our permanent plant staff and training them, and then moving into facilities to prepare for operations. So a couple examples of that. While we're completing the analytical laboratory today, we've been making use of an off-site laboratory at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, and we've had a group of our lab techs that have been there and chemists that are already they're going through training, working on the procedures, developed and went through all our analytical methods. And so they're on pace to move into the laboratory actually later this month in November. And so that's a real exciting phase of the project to begin with, that another core kind of permanent plant staff coming on board. We also began hiring and training permanent plant staff who will operate the VIT plant. So we have 95 commissioning techs on board right now who are either in training or at our simulator building or focused on running those utilities 24/7. We have 2 more waves of classes to go. The next wave we've hired them. They'll be starting in December. And this summer, several of you may have been out, we celebrated the completion and opening of our law annex building and control room with a ribbon cutting ceremony. And that's just a major accomplishment for the team. So as we're closing in on this chapter, the teamwork and collaboration and partnership is really key to the challenges in front of us to getting to completion. I can't overemphasize that. There's no easy button. I joke with John because he throws that video up and it shows the process and it looks really smooth and simple, especially when you fast forward some of your activities on site, and it's not easy. It's taking all of us as teams working together closely. That includes our business partners, building trades, state organizations like Ecology, and the community as yourself to help bring this plant online and make glass. It requires all of us. I think what we're sensing is different right now at this stage of it. The team I know out at the VIT plant really believing that we're getting done. You can sense something different in the air about it. I can sense it with my colleagues here. John hosted me and several of our leadership team out at the tank farms a couple weeks back, so we could just get a sense of the progress they're making and the challenges that they have. And I just think it's a really good collaboration, and our teams are working together on mission integration so that we're all ready at the same time to make glass. And so anyhow, it's an exciting time to be on the project, and for me, I consider it a real privilege to be here and to help make this next bit of history out at Hanford. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob.
Why, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So Mission Support Alliance is probably the unique one up here speaking about it, because we basically, our contract exists to enable John and Ty and Val to be able to execute their mission. And we do that through a various service delivery model that includes infrastructure, but it's a lot more than infrastructure. And it really is in those three main areas up there: integrated services, site-wide services, and then our physical systems and our physical services. And what that service model that we have laid out gives us the ability to one, enable the contractors. Two, it allows us to integrate the overall picture for Hanford, because there's a lot of things going on, and to make sure as those things integrate together, we're not stepping on each other's shoes. It gives us flexible service delivery, so you know what you're buying, when you're buying, and how you pay for that, and that gives transparency into the process. And that transparency really allows us to make better risk-based decisions on how to maximize the cleanup effort while minimizing the taxpayer dollars in that way. And then ultimately, as all that progress that Ty talked about and Brian talked about along that river, as we consolidate down inside to the 200 East and 200 West area on the Central Plateau, it allows us to consolidate our service delivery at the right time, so we're not overspending what we need and maximizing doing that. And when you look at the first one of our three main areas, our integrated service delivery model, there's a couple things that are really kind of important here. So we've been able to save a little bit through cost savings and cost avoidance, about $1.5 billion so far over the 10 years of this contract. That's really important, because what it's allowed us to do is to take a risk-based protocol and process to shift it into the right areas of emphasis to continue to do risk reduction. A lot of that river corridor activity was great progress that was made. It allowed us to free up to continue to do risk reduction on infrastructure on the tank farms, to be able to go to deal with that and deal with vapors as we move forward, and it allowed Val to kind of continue to execute what she's doing. Where it becomes imperative for us from the current situation to the future situation is it really is now allowing us to go off and take our older infrastructure that's under the table that people may not see. For instance, all of our business management systems are very old and very archaic. And we're in a situation today in society where you need to be able to assimilate that data and be able to deal with that data very rapidly. So the business management system upgrades to be able to take us, we show here 50 applications down to 8. Really what it's allowing us to do is take a whole lot of information and data and assimilate it rapidly so we can make more rapid decisions as we condense the Hanford site down to the Central Plateau and are on top of each other, working around each other on a lot more regular basis. So that really becomes important for us as we move forward, to line that up and allow these services that we provide to the other contractors, as well as information to be able to give to the Department of Energy and ourselves to make appropriate decisions that we need to do. In our support services, so I take a great deal of pride and ownership in all the progress that we've made over the last 10 years. So way our services we work, we provide crane and rigging, we provide teamsters, we provide workers that are literally tied at the hip with the other contractors working in to make progress at PFP and along the river corridor and in tank farms. And so whenever they make great progress, we are in tied with that. And so take a great deal of pride and ownership in what we've been able to do. In our support service area, you can kind of see the demand is continuing to increase, but not at a substantial rate. But the difference is on those support services and those integrated services and where they're at is we have people spread across 586 square miles over the course of the last 10 years. As we've now made that progress around the river corridor and the outer areas, we're condensing those same amount of people, those 10, 12,000 people on the site, right down into the Central Plateau area. And really what we're doing is we're condensing them down on the east side, the 200 East area mainly, as we go to operations and make glass. So now your infrastructure and your support and where your people are going out are all going to the same spot. So our ability to assimilate data and make decisions becomes very important, because a decision that was okay to be made over here in a vacuum because it was 45 miles down the road is no longer you're within 100 yards of the other group. So our ability to make those decisions with our support services to be able to give that. The one that I feel a great deal of pride, because I used to work at tank farms at WRPS in the past, is our self-contained breathing apparatuses, which we provide support to the other contractor at WRPS so they can go into the farms. They've made a great deal of progress on the ability to protect our workforce in a way that allows us flexibility to be able to go in and do work and remove that demand on SCBA bottles. So what you don't see there is the next part of this is a tip-off where that's going back down the other way, and we're no longer going to need to provide that service because they've effectively been able to protect our workforce and enable us to do better cleanup. So, and our physical services, which is where everybody kind of likes to focus in, and it's an important piece, because you expect when you come to work that you have water, that you have power, that you have sewer, and that you can go effectively execute. And you can see just the usage demands in the different areas where we're going to increase. What we've been able to do through our service delivery model is really integrate, take all the information where the demands are at, both on increase in demands and how they're shifting to different locations, and putting maybe an extra demand on one road only, where other ones now we can go turn off. And we've been able to integrate that together and ferret out. That's where we've been able to kind of ferret out that $1.5 billion in cost savings and cost avoidance. And then the last one is, down on the bottom down there, is in our IT technology. So John talked earlier about the digital transformation that's going on tank farms. We're really doing that across the Hanford site. And really where we're at right now is taking all of this massive amounts of data we have and being able to assimilate it together rapidly so that we can actually make some decisions off of that. Additionally, making those decisions off that, we're also putting the infrastructure in place that at the right time actually allows us to start doing some machine learning capabilities, to where not only now can you make the decisions, maybe at some point in the future at the right time, you can actually use that to actually have the machine take the action for you to save you time and energy and efforts. As simple as reordering materials and equipment when we integrate that says we all need gloves across the site, and we just go reorder the gloves, versus a person right now is manually tracking it and manually ordering it. You take that person out of the equation so you can continue to free up and focus your attention and energy at the highest risk and highest evolutions. So what it's also doing is it's helping us attract and retrain the next generation of our workforce. Is about half our workforce is changing out, and right in the middle of that is attracting and retraining people to what we're doing that's actually on the front end of cleanup, and also infusing technology into that to track, retrain, and bring people in to help us continue to reduce our costs while we're making progress and moving forward with that. So, and with that, I'll turn it over to Brian.
So I think what you've heard really is a representation of the last 10 years, but I think it's important to recognize from a 30-year perspective what has been accomplished in the environmental cleanup mission has been truly impactful and frankly astounding. Almost 900 facilities demolished by the work done at the site. Over 1,300 waste sites remediated, as Ty mentioned before. Over 20 billion, with a B, gallons of groundwater treated, and again we mentioned 2.5 billion just this year. That work has been done safely, effectively, efficiently, and I think we've made tremendous progress at the site in the first 30 years of the cleanup. And as I look to the future, based on our history, not only during the environmental cleanup mission, but also during the 45 years of the national security mission, the innovation, the dedication, the commitment of the team at the Hanford site has created successes when confronted with numerous challenges over that protracted period of time. And that spirit, I think, is still here. As Val talked about it, we see it at the site today, and the energy of the people there. I think it's here today, and I think that's going to be one of the things that certainly helps us continue the history of success, or the story of success at the Hanford site as we go forward. So really phenomenal, and that, again, that gives me certainly tremendous hope for the future and optimism that this is the right team and the model that we have going forward to be successful. If you look at the next 5 years, the first thing I think is most important to recognize is we're entering a period of dynamic change at the Hanford site. As a natural part of the government contracting process, we're in the process now and will soon be awarding contracts for, other than the waste treatment plant, all the other contracts on the site are going to be are in the process of going to be awarded. So we're going to change out the contract leadership for the Central Plateau, the tank farms, and mission support in the next several months. That alone is a significant change, but also as you look to the farther into the future, we're also preparing the organization and the culture and the Hanford team for a transition to operations 24/7, 365, as we've talked about. And that is a fundamental shift in pace and focus that requires us to look at every element of how we do business, whether it's public works and our response times through our management and leadership and decision-making processes, to make sure that we, as the managers and owners and leaders of the site, can operate at the pace at the site so we remain relevant as we move forward into the tank waste cleanup mission. If you look, DFLAW operations is large and in capitals for a very good reason. That's the centerpiece of what we focus on over the next several years. And it is a site-wide machine. It is not just about the waste treatment plant. Both of the DOE offices and every contractor on the site have a role in ensuring that we can deliver waste feed delivery and deliver glass from the vitrification plant as we go forward. And our overall operating model has to, again, evolve to support that pace of operations. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to continue risk reduction activities across the site as well. We still have work to complete at PFP and redox. We still have groundwater pump and treat. We have 5 pump and treat stations that are going to continue to operate and continue to reduce the risk of the river. We'll continue to work at the K Basin to get the last 2 reactors cocooned. Of the 8 we're going to cocoon, the 9th is a national park, and we'll complete the 324 building as well in this window over the next 5 years. And there will be other risk reduction that we'll find as we progress the work. As Ty mentioned, there's other activities on the site that we have to continue to pursue, because as the work gets central, more and more connected between the contractors, issues that affect one contractor ultimately affect all and could affect our ability to execute the mission with direct feed low activity waste. And so we have to be mindful of that. And we're going to continue to increase and improve our infrastructure. The infrastructure has to support the operations, and we'll right-size that. We're not going to put infrastructure into areas we've already remediated, but we will have to ensure the infrastructure supports 24/7, 365 operations on the Central Plateau. We're going to continue our tank integrity programs to ensure the tanks continue to safely contain the waste until the point where we can remediate through vitrification. We're going to continue risk reduction, and we're going to continue to look for acceleration opportunities. This site, the mission is decades long in front of us. So we want to continue to find opportunities and employee opportunities that we can safely, efficiently, effectively, again, accelerate the mission and reduce the risk to the river, reduce the risk to the public, and reduce the risk to the environment. As we think about the enablers that the department's focused on with our contractors, there's 4 enablers for what will be required to be a part of our culture moving forward. One is the operations mindset. I talked about that a little bit, but it's going from a site where if we have a electrical issue in a demolition and decommissioning world, where we could come, it occurs on a Thursday, we can come back next Monday and go back to work. When we have 2 melters operating 24/7, 365, our time horizon for responding is on the order of hours, not days, not weeks, not months. And so our entire operational posture and everything we do has to evolve to that. And that's a cultural transition, not just for the 350 federal employees. It's for the 8 to 9 to 10,000 on the site that are doing this work every day. John's team is going to have to be doing transfers multiple times a day, where we're doing sometimes a couple a month. So the pace there, the pace in public works, certainly at the waste treatment plant, and with Ty's team at the integrated disposal facility, both offices, all 4 contractors across the site, working to make the machine work, which we all focus very heavily on, but it's also making the team be prepared to function in a way that's fundamentally different. The second area we focus on is strengthen our relationships with all of our stakeholders. That includes the local communities and the governments, the regulators, labor, regional governments and communities, including Oregon, tribal nations, Hanford Advisory Board, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, state and national regulators, and Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board, and I could go on. So we have to continue to work with all the key stakeholders so they understand how we're making progress safely, how we're making progress efficiently, how we're making progress effectively, and that every dollar that comes to the Hanford site is being used well to progress this challenging mission. And we're committed to that. We'll continue to do that. We've started Hanford Regional Dialogues again. We've had multiple, 3 in the last 6 months, sessions out on the site to connect directly from the department to the workforce to make sure that we're plugged in with the workforce as well. And we'll continue that outreach because the support of the stakeholder world that the Hanford lives in is critical to our success going forward. Third, we're going to be a fair and demanding customer as Department of Energy. We own the site. We are the only customer on the site. We're going to be knowledgeable. We're going to be engaged. We're going to work with our contractors. There'll be issues that we don't agree with. We're going to talk constructively and openly so together we can continue to move the mission forward. And I guarantee you we're not always going to agree. I guarantee you there's going to be issues that are going to be challenges for us to move the mission forward. But as a involved customer, a fair customer, a demanding customer, we're going to be in a place where we have world-class contractors working on this site. We have to get world-class performance, and to achieve that, we're going to be a world-class customer to support that. And lastly, really, that wraps all of it together is a high-performing team. Not just the department with our contractors, the department with all our stakeholders. We have to work together more effectively and efficiently than we ever have before to continue to make progress here. And this is a uniquely challenging site. But again, because of our history, because of the last 75 years, both the National Security Mission and the Environmental Cleanup Mission, I'm optimistic that we can continue to work together, continue to stay engaged with our key stakeholders, continue to support the progress that has been made and will continue to be made because it's important for the region, it's important for the state, and it's certainly important from a national perspective as well. And the Department of Energy is committed to that from our level, certainly, all the way up to the Secretary. If you look at our way ahead, I think it's bright. I think it is certainly challenging, but I think we're positioned today well for the challenges of the future. And it's as a result of the work we've done that we can ensure that we can be successful going forward across the entire spectrum of the work we do throughout the rest of the mission that we have in front of us. With that, I believe the presentation is complete. I certainly appreciate your time for all of us to be here today to represent where we are today and where we're going in the future, and we're certainly happy to take questions.
My question to you today is, how does funding look with the environment that we have at a national level and all the things happening in the world? What is the challenges to stay or to get the funding to stay on schedule with all this process?
I think the most important thing for us as a Hanford site and a team is to continue to deliver safe, efficient, and effective progress with every dollar we do receive. We enjoy great support from the Department of Energy and great support from the administration, and certainly great support from our congressional delegation to ensure that we're getting the funding we need. I think Congressman Newhouse has been out here often enough where he could probably give the tour on the site, and Rich may want to do that in the future. But we had 22 VIP tours this summer, which included Senator Cantwell, Congressman Newhouse, Congressman Schreier, up to and including the Secretary of Energy. And so I think our ability to show people the progress on a site that people really can't visualize unless they're here is an important part of that. And certainly the support we get from the community, the support we get from the state legislators is also very important. And so that's part of the outreach piece that we want to stay committed to. We need to continue to communicate how we're doing what we're doing and be open and transparent, get the feedback of the community to ensure that that support for the work that we do receive remains solid. We've also focused very heavily on an ethical culture at the site to ensure that when we talk about the site and we talk about there is a lot of money, $2.5 billion a year is a lot of money, we want to make sure that everyone has confidence, all of our stakeholders, local all the way through national, have confidence that this is a place where those dollars are going to be well spent and going to be protected by every member of the DOE team, whether it's the department or the contractors that are doing work here. We'll just have to continue to maintain that focus. So I think we get great support. I think it's part of the reality here is this is an expensive effort, and we all recognize that. And we'll just continue to show the progress that continues to draw the support and the dollars, and I think we get great support for that.
Chuck Torelli, City of Kenwood. How can the community support you in your efforts, and in real concrete ways? Not, you don't need a parade. You need what? You need letters to our representatives. What do you need to be successful? And where do you think you can be more helpful in informing us of those needs?
And I'll start, and then I think certainly the other members of the team here will talk. But I think we do enjoy great support from the community already. I think part of that effort that we place is making sure that we're engaged with the community, communicating our progress, and making sure that we're getting the community's concerns and priorities factored in to our decision making and our actions going forward. The broader issue is, the community's done a great job of making the Tri-Cities a great place to live. And so as we look to the future and we look to the challenges we face, we have if you look at this panel, not including Val, we're a mature group. And so, we do have an aging workforce, a lot of experience on the site, a lot of people retiring. I had one of my fact reps retired this week from the site. And so we are losing that generation of people that have been here for a while. And to attract the next generation, they have to recognize that the work at Hanford, they can have a great career, a diverse career, doing something important to the local communities, the region, and the nation, and live in a great place. I've lived in a lot of places, in Hanford, and Tri-Cities is a great place to live. And so as long as we can continue to do that and support WSU Tri-Cities and support degrees and work there, because parents in the local communities, believe it or not, usually want their kids to live here. And if we want to go and recruit and retain, we can go and be very successful at WSU Tri-Cities and bringing people out to the site as well, not just from a federal perspective, but across all the contractors as well. And so that's the support that is very helpful and very constructive. And I think, again, continuing to ensure your voices are heard at the state level and certainly the national level always provides support for what we're doing here. Others as well?
Yeah, I'd just like to add is I think one of the things that we have to do better, and I think one of these items that we have is succinctly showing and articulating the progress we are making, because this is a long mission, and in a society that is very need information now or want information now, we got to be able to succinctly provide you that data, and some of these pictures and some of these things, there is intent for us to go off and better to do that. I think the community has always extremely well supported the backbone of what Hanford's doing. That's a way we can help enable you to help us collectively. And the second part of it is, I think from a community perspective, is those people, those kids that we're bringing up through WSU that we're trying to keep here, is Tri-Cities has a great science-based, technology-based infrastructure at Hanford, at PNNL, at Lamb Weston, and a lot of the infrastructure around it and the people around it. And so we're collectively, I think, together need to make sure we need to, on a large scale, integrate as a community to make sure that we go off and continue to encourage those kids. It doesn't necessarily have to be at Hanford, right? We're all kind of fighting for the same type of people. And so that need is going to be large in the near future. And so collectively together, I think we need to leverage our capacity and capability to encourage young kids to get educated in a field that they're choosing, whether it's Hanford or PNNL or Lamb Weston, and potentially in all of it, as we change our skill dynamics over a period of time.
This year, our community celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Hanford site, and I would like to thank all of you for your participation in that celebration. It was very exciting. We had people from a long ways away that came and just were so thrilled that it was organized and that we had that opportunity to look back. So thank you. As we go forward with contract transition, our community elected officials find that there's a lot of uncertainty. People don't know if their jobs are going to continue. Can you tell us how you're working to plan for that transition and to keep things moving forward?
I think that's for me. Yeah, absolutely. We recognize that the contract transitions, it's a natural part of government business. And so the contractors that we have on the site today, were likely some members of the contract teams here today were here at the last contract transition. And the contractors focus very heavily on being able to complete a scope of work, complete a time where they're in the role, finish strong, and turn over the work to the next contractor so to progress from that perspective. And I think they, in the work we've done to date, I think with John and Ty and Bob, I think that's a commitment that we see already in the workforce. I've talked to each of the contractor presidents on the day when the awards are announced. If the workforce is distracted, don't work. Spend that day, focus on safety, answer the questions of the workforce, and go back to work when you're ready. We can't afford to have someone to get hurt in this transition because that certainly would mar what is a natural part of government contracting and put the Hanford site in a position that I think none of us want. We want everybody that's participating in the site today to see the successes and be part of the successes in the future. Val, I'm sure, will be working with us because most of the interfaces of all the contractors touch the waste treatment plant. And so the Bechtel team will continue to be engaged with the contractors to make sure those interfaces are well managed as we go forward. And again, this is a process that we've executed in the past. I've not on this side of the table, but I have seen it in other places, and we're ready for it, as ready as we can be, and we'll continue to work the problem as we transition to make sure it's done safely and effectively.
Thank you so much. This has just been an incredible opportunity for our organization to have all of you in one place, and the information that you shared is heartening and exciting, and you're doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
To find out how you can become more involved in this important regional issue, or to have a Hanford Community speaker talk to your organization, contact the Hanford Communities at 509-942-7348 or visit our website.
Dance is a calling, you know, it's a passion. It takes discipline and training, and the passion for it becomes almost something like yoga or something like that. You know, there's just a mental process when you go into class and you're doing a routine of exercises and warm-up, and then you learn a short dance in that class. It becomes something spiritual. It's hard to say what makes somebody passionate, but it's something that's in your heart and just makes you passionate to do that. You're not complete without it. Hi, I'm Joel Rogo. My wife Deborah and I own the Tri-Cities Academy of Ballet and Music. We've been here 25 years, and I am Richland.
Hi, welcome to Station 7-1. I'm firefighter McCabe, and this is firefighter Bowen. We're going to give you a tour of the fire truck here at Station 7-1. This is where the driver-operator sits. He gets us to the call in a safe and efficient manner. There's numerous buttons and switches that he has control of to activate the warning lights. And we also have radios and anything else we need for communication in there. As we work around, we'll take a look in the back seat real quick. There's 3 seats in the back. Typically we just have 3 firefighters on staff, but we have all our equipment that we need to access along with air packs and any other electronics. Noah is up there on the pump panel, and what he does as the driver operator is he controls with these levers the valves that give us water so we can put it on the fire. He also has a deck gun up on top that can shoot a lot of volume of water a very far distance. So each one of these levers controls a different valve out of either an intake or a discharge, and that allows us to flow water through hoses. So those valves will control these. This is an intake, these are discharges, and there's multiple intakes and discharges around the fire truck. This is the engineer's compartment. It has all the appliances that we need to be able to supply water to hoses. Moving along, we have a high elevation hose pack. So any building, if you think of the parking garage at Cadillac, they have standpipes. We would use this hose and actually take it up there. So we can't get our fire truck up there, so we would need to take this up. This is our tools for getting a patient out of a vehicle that's been in a wreck or has any type of damage. These are the spreaders. They look like giant scissors, but as you can see at the tip here, it has extreme spreading force, so we were able to pull metal apart or push metal apart, and we could also pull with that. If we need to crimp something to be able to bend the top of a car back, we can use it with that too. The other tools you see here, we have a ram and then also cutters. So these cutters can also cut metal to assist us in getting a patient out of a vehicle. In the back we have cribbing, and we'll use this to stabilize vehicles or any other piece of equipment if we need to work safely around it. And then this is the hydrant bag. The person sitting in the back seat will get out and take a hydrant, hook up to the hydrant, and that has all their tools to do that. Up top you can see all the hoses that we have in the hose bed, from our large diameter hose to our 2.5 inch, and then our attack lines. This is a nozzle that we can take away from the engine further, but it acts almost in the same fashion as the deck gun, where it can move a lot of water across a long distance. So in this compartment, we have more tools that assist us to do our job. We have positive pressure ventilation fans, which help us clear smoke out of a room or a building, so we can get cleaner air and visibility, and then those toxins decrease. We have an electric version of that fan. And then we also have a gas powered that can run move a little more air and run a little longer. We have a chainsaw to use to vent a house for vertical ventilation, cutting a hole in the roof or on the gable ends. And we can also use this in any other function that we need a cutting saw. It has a very sharp blade on it, and so it's a very handy tool for us. Over here we have our hand tools. These are the tools that take no gasoline. It's just person power to operate these. These are called the irons. They assist us in opening doors through forcible entry. It's kind of a multi-tool that we have at our disposal. Behind here, as this door comes open, we have a couple more tools. We have the bolt cutters to help us get through chains, locks, fences. And then we have a piercing nozzle. And what we could do with that piercing nozzle is drive it into a room or an attic space, hook a hose up to it, and water will come out this end. And that does a couple things. It lets us get into a difficult access place, and then it also keeps firefighters out of a harmful environment. So it is a functional tool that we often use. In this compartment we have fire extinguishers for different types of burning material, and then we have this silver one is is compressed water in the can, and that can be very functional in a room that has fire in it. It doesn't take too much water to cool that environment. So this is very handy if we're going into the room and we need to get it done in a quick fashion. We can use the water can instead of hauling the hose through there. Right here we have lights because we have to do our job at night too, and we're not always next to a street light or close to the engine where we can use the lights off the engine. So these are portable battery operated lights that we can take to the scene of the accident and apply the lighting that's necessary to help us do our job. Thanks for setting that up, Noah. We will use this ladder rack. This ladder rack does come down, and we're able to access the ladders to get to roofs, to get to second-story buildings. This is a hose reel. It's an inch hose that we can take and use in rapid fashion for a wildland fire or maybe a car fire that's pretty small. We can deploy this, and since it's on that reel, we can take it out and reel it up in a quick fashion. It moves water, not as much water as the other hoses, but it's still functional in its own way. So when we get dispatched to a structure fire, we have a lot of gear that we need to put on and able to keep us safe. So Noah here is going to put on each one of our pieces of equipment, and we'll identify and talk about those. And we get calls throughout all times of day, so we could be doing this waking up, just getting out of bed. So these are his pants he's putting on, and they're not fireproof, but they're fire resistive. They'll keep us protected from radiant heat while we're in the fire. Next, he's going to put on his hood, and what the hood does is it protects our neck from that radiant heat within the fire, because we want full coverage and no skin showing when you're inside a structure fire. The jacket is the same material as the pants, and so we're still working towards that goal of getting full protection. And then our hard hat with our shroud to protect our head and our neck as well. So when we're responding to a fire, this is one of the seats that we sit in. And as you can see, that seat has a pack built into the center of it, and Noah is currently putting on his pack, his air pack, while we're responding. So once we get on scene, he'll get direction from the commanding officer. It may sound like, Noah, take tools to the door and I'll meet you there. And so he'll come out of the truck. That pack just pulls out. He'll exit. He'll grab the piece of equipment that he was instructed to grab, which in this case, this is the irons. And now we're going to simulate him going to the front door. And that's where he'll get down and mask up to get that full protection. So he puts his mask on, he pulls the straps to make sure it's tight, and then he checks his seal that's what he did with his hands right there. He checked his seal to make sure that no outside air was getting into his mask. He's turning his air bottle on. And then that's the activation of the pass device, which tells you your air, give you a low air alarm. And then if you stop moving or you get trapped, and that it has a motion device in there that it will start beeping to help identify where you are. So he put his regulator on. Now he's breathing air out of that air bottle, out of the air pack. And then the final steps, he'll put his gloves on. So now he has full coverage and full protection. There's not any skin showing. He's got breathable air coming from the air pack. And so now he's ready to go inside a structure fire of any type. So thanks for joining us on the virtual tour. Hope you enjoyed it and learned a lot. Stay safe this summer. And if you have any questions, please visit the website below. And from me and Noah, thanks for joining us.
As Independence Day draws closer this year, we come together jointly to encourage you and your family to celebrate this holiday safely and responsibly.
COVID-19 has forced the cancellation of all public fireworks shows. Please remember that fireworks can cause serious injury, permanent structure damage, and contribute to extreme fire danger throughout our community.
Limited fireworks use is allowed in Pasco, Richland, West Richland, Benton City, and unincorporated Benton County. However, fireworks are banned in Kennewick, Prosser, Connell, and unincorporated Franklin County, including the donut hole areas within the city of Pasco.
To ensure compliance with state and local laws, please visit your jurisdiction's website. Please, this 4th of July, stay home and celebrate safely.
Rattlesnake would probably be one of my favorite subjects, the different moods of Rattlesnake Mountain. And anything else that's it has inherent beauty to it and communicates God's creation to people in the outside world that normally wouldn't see what I'm photographing unless they see it in a photograph. It's like loving the chase. It has to do with getting that mood and the lighting, and it's like fishing. You know there's something out there, you know the fish are in the river, and you're trying to catch that one big fish. And it's like trying to catch that one great photograph, and it takes a lot of trips to catch that one big fish. And it takes a lot of trips to get that one really good photograph that you like, or that you're real proud of. Hi, I'm John Clement. I am Richland.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Now, we often boast that the city of Richland is a full-service municipality, but admittedly, we don't spend enough time talking about all the services this city provides, and therefore, many of the services remain unknown to residents or just taken for granted. For many of us, we flush the toilet, and that's the end of it. But for others, that is just the beginning of treating the city's wastewater. Now, have you ever wondered where that water goes, and more importantly, where it ends up? Well, we are at the City of Richland's wastewater treatment facility, and we're going to answer those questions, and we are thrilled to welcome wastewater treatment plant manager Steve Brewer to the program. Steve, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Now, I'm excited to educate our residents on this vital city service, and let's start by having you define what wastewater is.
Okay. Wastewater is essentially anything that goes down a toilet or down a drain from a residence, a business. We do have some industries that contribute to the waste stream that comes into the treatment plant.
Okay, and a notable, water stream omission in there is stormwater. So stormwater that runs down our streets and goes into catch basins is not considered wastewater.
Correct. We have a separate storm system from the wastewater system, and that's really important. We don't want the two to mix in any way, but we don't want that additional flow here at the treatment plant. That has its own treatment system.
So wastewater from every Richland home, every Richland business, and every Richland industry is funneled here via underground sewer line to the wastewater treatment plant. What is this plant's intake and outflow capacity?
Good. So our capacity is roughly 12.5 million gallons. We average about 6.5 to 7 million gallons a day. That is funneled in here, as you said, by a conveyance system that amounts to 300 miles of pipe in the ground, roughly 300 miles, and 18 lift stations that bring it in from the different areas of town that does incorporate some industry. We have about 15 significant industrial users, and they are permitted and regulated.
Now, Steve, talk a little bit about the talented workforce that works for the wastewater treatment plant.
Oh, awesome, thanks. We have close to 25 people here when we're fully staffed. We have operators, we have mechanics, we have field maintenance crews, we have lab techs, we have people in training. They're all very skilled and trained, very passionate people. They care a lot about the environment which we protect and people's health, and they're really passionate people.
Now, this next question is a very big one, very complex, very scientific facility you're running here. but I was hoping you could share with us sort of a Cliff Notes version of how our wastewater is treated. You know, what happens from the time it enters to the time it leaves.
Okay, very good. So the wastewater comes in and it's heavily screened down to 6 millimeters. We remove a lot of inorganic material out at that point, and then it moves on up into primary treatment, where a lot of settling occurs, and we remove about 50 to 75% of the organics and the solids in that part of the process. From there, it goes over here into these aeration basins, and that's where the bulk of the biologic activity occurs for the liquid stream. And after it's in here for a period of time, it goes to secondary clarification, and there's more separation that occurs. The dirty water sinks to the bottom, the clear water stays on top and goes on out to the chlorination system where it is disinfected, and then it's piped out to the Columbia River.
Are you able to judge how long water is here or how long it takes the wastewater to flow through this plant?
Absolutely. That's a really important factor in the treatment process as well. We monitor the detention time of the water in the plant, and roughly the clean water, by the time it gets clean, it's been in here for about 6 days.
Mm-hmm. Now it's very interesting to see the water, to see the treatment plant, you know, work, to watch kind of where it's going and then ultimately where it ends up. And you mentioned the stream, the wastewater is separated into two categories, liquid and solids. Can you talk about why that's happening?
Yeah, sure. So the liquid stream is ultimately the water that we separate from the solid material, and it gets treated and disinfected and it goes out to the Columbia River. The solid stream ends up staying in the process for about 45 days, and it goes into these giant digesters. The simplest way to describe the digesters is they're just like a human body. They can get upset really easy. They're at 98 degrees. We have to feed them really consistently. They don't like to be overfed or underfed. They don't like any kind of toxins put into them. A lot of treatment occurs in there by different kinds of microorganisms. After the treatment is completed in the digesters, roughly 40-45 days at this point. The material is, we run it through a belt filter press system, and it squeezes the water out of the remaining solids. And we get the solids anywhere from 15 to 20% thick. And that goes into the back of a dump truck. It's trucked out to the compost facility and mixed with the city's green waste.
Oh, wow. So it effectively becomes compost.
Correct. Yeah, people can use it in their gardens.
Wow, that's great. Now, what organization monitors our wastewater treatment plant, and maybe what permits do we operate under?
Sure. We have a NPDES permit, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, that's locally monitored by the Department of Ecology, but it's a permit issued by the Environmental Protection Agency. And we also have a biosolids permit, which is from the Environmental Protection Agency as well.
And are samples from this facility, how often are they tested or regulated by those organizations?
Well, monthly we send in reports to the different regulatory agencies, and we have yearly reports as well.
Now, the wastewater plant was built in 1985, so it's almost 35 years old, but, you know, in the scope of, municipal buildings, that doesn't seem like it's that old. But what are some changes to the way we treat wastewater that have occurred in those 35 years?
Sure. Recent upgrades have included solids handling, disinfection. Our influent building, we've recently spent a lot of money in there, modernizing it and upgrading it, and now we can screen again down to 6 millimeters, which is a very high amount of screening to eliminate all of the inorganic materials. Next year we're going to be spending a lot of money on the biological treatment process, the aeration basin up here. There's always a plan in the works. We have an outlook of roughly 6 years of capital improvement projects to keep this place modern and working correctly.
Wow, that's great. Now, what are some ways, Richland residents can help make sure that this facility is running as optimal as it can?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of ways. One, be conscious about what they're putting down their drain, flushing down their toilet. About the worst thing, one of the worst things they can put down their toilet are those handy wipes. Everybody has a misconception that some of those are flushable. We don't like them. They clog up our pumps and our pump stations. Cost a lot of money to deal with that. Pharmaceuticals are really bad. Any kind of toxins are really bad, and grease is a big one, especially coming from some of the restaurants that generate grease, or even just grease from your home cooking.
Sure, and grease is an important one because I often think of wastewater, I just think of my toilet, and sometimes I neglect to think about what's going down my sinks, and so my kitchen waste, that type of thing. So good reminders there. Well, this is a great way to end the program. I'd like to thank Steve Brewer for hopping on the program and educating us on the city's wastewater treatment facility. And of course, if you want more information on this plant or anything happening in the city of Richland, you can visit us at our webpage at the link below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. Now, Steve, I've seen Bill Gates do this, so I want to give it a try. From your toilet through the wastewater treatment plant, clean water going back out to the river. Let's have a taste.
All right. Pour that right in there.
Oh, yeah. Look at how clear that is.
That is pretty clear water.
Steve, looks delicious.
Bottoms up. We're off camera, right? You wouldn't really want to drink river water.
No, I wouldn't.
Municipal codes address nuisances that affect safety, well-being, and the quality of life for Richland citizens. Code violations cover many topics such as weed control, junk and inoperable vehicles, the accumulation of trash, and the storage of appliances, household furniture, and vehicle parts. To report what you think might be a code violation, or speak with a code enforcement officer, call the Code Enforcement Line at 942-7739. You can also submit a code violation complaint from the city's website using Service Request or in person at the Richland Police Department. More information about code enforcement can be found on the city's website. From the top banner on the city's website, select I Want To, then Report, then Code Violation. For barking dog complaints, call the Code Enforcement Line Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. After hours, call the non-emergency dispatch number at 628-0333. For all other animal complaints, contact Tri-City Animal Control at 545-3740. All other noise violations are enforced by the Richland Police Department. To report a noise violation, call the non-emergency police dispatch number at 628-0333. You can view Richland's municipal codes from the city's website by going to I Want To, then View, then Richland Municipal Codes.
The uniqueness of bowling is there's nobody out there trying to stop you. You're the only one that can stop yourself. And so it's a big mind game. My mom was a league bowler, so we always went to the bowling alley with my mom on league night, and I got to hang out in the arcade or the daycare. And then when it came to my turn to bowl, I started bowling juniors when I was about 6, maybe 7, and I'm 40 now, so about 34 to 35 years of bowling. First year bowling 300 was in 1997. I didn't bowl another 300 for 6 more years, so that was frustrating. But I do have 3 300s. I do have 1 800 series, so that was cool. I shot 300 while doing that. Bowling is the #1 participation sport in the world. There's a lot of bowling alleys throughout the United States, a lot of different leagues for a lot of different people. Hi, I'm Joe Rayburn. And I am Richland.
Think about it. Almost every trip in Washington begins or ends on a city street. And as Washington's population and economy grows, so does the demand on the transportation network. City streets are more than just a road. Above ground, they're bike lanes, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, lighting, landscaping. But below are sewers, water, stormwater, electric, and cable utilities. And when a street is built over a waterway, it even incorporates fish passage into the design. Our transportation system is one of the most valuable assets we have. It's no small cost to ensure that it's well built and maintained for today and the future. But our city streets lack a sufficient revenue source. City transportation systems must compete with important priorities like police and fire protection, parks and other programs and services. What about the gas taxes we pay at the pump? Well, most of that goes to the state to pay for highways. Cities receive only a small portion, and as the population has grown, your city's share hasn't kept up. It takes a while for a pothole to develop on a city street. However, It just doesn't make sense to defer maintenance. And while maintaining our streets may cost a lot, paying for reconstruction down the road costs a whole lot more. All this means that as cities grapple to fund priorities, we need to ensure our transportation systems are not neglected. We can't throw future generations under the bus. We all need to work together to make sure these important assets are well designed, constructed, and maintained.
I am by nature a curious and energetic person. So it's antithetical to who I am just to not be involved, not to do things. I'm part of a generation where it's sort of expected that you participate in the community that you live in. I spend approximately 3 days a week as the executive director of Elijah Family Homes. I spend maybe a day and a half volunteering with my church. And then I spend time as a volunteer in police service with the Richland Police Department. I am Richard Nordgren, and I am Richland.
The City of Richland strives to make information about your municipal government accessible. Most information you seek is available from the city's website. This includes park and recreation-related activities. To start, go to the city's website and click on Departments, then Parks and Recreation. Or go directly to the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com. From this page, click on E-Activity Guide. The guide is browser-based. No plugins or special software is required. Here you can find out about the latest class or event or check out the amenities that each of our parks offers. With a click of a mouse, you can get information about a specific class or sign up for activities. Simply click on the activity and add the class or event to your shopping cart. You will need to log in to your account prior to registering. If you do not have an account, you can create an account online. Because the e-activity guide is interactive, you can also find links to a variety of groups and organizations that provide added recreational opportunities, or link to Parks and Recreation Facebook pages. Additional information about Richland Parks and Recreation is available from the parks pages at Richland Parks and.
What better time than now to dig into your favorite book or celebrate your favorite author? The Richland Library may be eerily empty compared to the normal bustle of staff, families, and other visitors, but there are many ways users can stay engaged. Although the library remains closed due to the governor's directives, users can still enjoy books and library activities in Richland. To help you be successful with the summer reading program, the library continues to expand its digital catalog. Tools such as Hoopla and Overdrive allow you to download and stream ebooks, audiobooks, movies, TV shows, and music. We also offer access to a number of database coverings, everything from finance and careers to language learning and car repair. Use your library card for free access to all of these resources and more, online or right from your mobile device. Go to myrichlandlibrary.org and navigate to Using Your Library. Welcome to City Corner, an ongoing program where we talk with council and staff about what's happening in our city. I'm Gail Everett with the Communications and Marketing Office, and joining me today is Richland's newest mayor, Ryan Luxon. Welcome, Mayor Luxon.
Thank you so much, Gail, for having me.
You're very welcome. First of all, tell us a bit about yourself and why you've chosen to live in Richland.
Well, I was born and raised in Richland. My dad was a longtime surgeon in Kennewick.
Okay.
at the old KGH, so one of the only surgeons in town back in the 60s. And my mom ran the operating room and emergency department for KGH for a number of years. So have a long family history here in the Tri-Cities, and went to Richland, go Bombers.
Okay.
And ended up, like a lot of kids, leaving town, went over to the University of Washington and got a degree there in business finance, and then decided I want to go to law school, and decided I wanted something completely opposite. So moved to Florida and went down to Florida State, worked down there for a couple years at a large law firm, and ended up just kind of looking at wanting to be closer to family and loved the Tri-Cities, and so ended up moving back here to Richland.
Well, that's awesome. And so that's why you're invested in the community then.
Absolutely.
And is that why you have chosen to run for city council?
Yeah, my day job, I have two jobs, so I get to do the mayor job at night / during the day when the duties overlap. But my main job is I work at the Benton County Prosecutor's Office. So, and not as you would typically think as a criminal prosecutor, but as a civil prosecutor. So I advise the commissioners and the jail and the sheriff on legal issues that come about or defend them in lawsuits and stuff. So it gave me kind of a unique perspective on local government, and I thought about, well, maybe it would be interesting to sit on the other side of the table and not give advice, but actually make some of the decisions. So that was one of the main reasons why I ran.
Okay, that's fabulous. Now, what do you see as your role as being the mayor? That's a big step.
Yeah, obviously running the meetings, making sure everyone gets an opportunity to participate and have their views heard, going to some of the different events and being the voice of the city and trying to present a positive image for the city and do things like lobby for funding for the city from our state government or meet with different interest groups. So I think really just I consider it a leadership position where I can present the interests of the city in the best possible light.
Well, that's awesome. Good. So I know transparency in government and citizen involvement is very important to you. Tell us why this is important and how you think the city's doing.
Well, I think civic involvement is very important. When people come into the council chamber, we actually listen. And it's amazing. I think a lot of people don't understand the impact that it has when they come into council and they present their views and things that they're either upset about or happy about, and that we really do listen and try to make a positive change when they do that. So part of that is being transparent and making sure people understand where we're coming from and that they understand our decision-making process and they understand why we do what we do. So I think without those two things, local government just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's true. Ryan, you've been mayor for 2 months now. Can you share some of the experiences you've had since then?
Yeah, one of the funny things that happened to me in the first couple of weeks as my position of mayor was I did an interview with one of the local TV stations and said in it that I encouraged people to contact me and reach out if they had any questions or concerns, and I was shocked people actually did it. And one of the first people that I met with was a young boy that was in Boy Scouts that had autism, and he didn't get a chance to go to one of the city council meetings and meet with a council member to get one of his badges. So I met with him in a coffee shop and explained to him what council does and what my position of mayor was. And it was just a really cool experience to connect with him and try to give him some understanding of local government and what we do. So it was a neat experience.
That is very neat. So friendly and community minded, and even for a boy a young person to reach out. That's really neat.
Yeah, it was neat to just make an impression on him, I think. So.
Yeah. So you were on the council for a couple years prior to your role as mayor. Tell me how you feel like that experience helped mold you for mayor.
Well, I think a lot of people come in and they think, I'm going to make all these big changes and fix everything overnight. And I personally didn't come in with that view. I really wanted to build relationships. I wanted to build trust. I wanted to learn as much as I possibly could. And then I picked my spots over the first couple of years of where I thought I could use my experience or some skill set that I had to kind of benefit council. So I think I really made a big effort to try to, like I said, build those relationships and gain the trust of my fellow council members. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why they appointed me as mayor.
I think so too, but you had to throw in your name in the hat, right? How hard of a decision was that? Because I know you're busy.
Yeah, it was difficult. Mayor Thompson talked to me and said he wasn't interested in running again and asked my thoughts on it. And I thought about it a lot. And honestly, it's not something I ever considered, it's not like I grew up wanting to be the mayor of Richland, so it's not nothing I really ever considered doing in the past. But I thought that I could do a good job and that I could bring a little bit different perspective. And I think I'm the youngest person ever elected as mayor. So I think it's a little bit different perspective, someone in their late 30s that has on the vision for the city. And so I thought I could make a difference. So I decided to go ahead and put my name in the hat.
That's great. That's really great. So what about your job at the prosecutor's office? How do you think your role there has benefited your role as a mayor? What kind of transitional skills did you bring?
One of the big things that it made me realize is how important building relationships is with neighboring cities and counties. And I think just the relationships I have with people at the county benefits the city in a lot of ways. And I think I've helped strengthen some partnerships and get over some divides that maybe we had in the past. So that perspective, I think, really is an asset as a mayor of Richland, because I understand local government, being a local government attorney. So I understand the way we operate. I understand what we can do, what we can't do, and what's really important. So I can cut through a lot of that maybe a regular council member coming in wouldn't really know.
It would take years to get that experience. Okay. As Richland continues to grow, so does the problems with traffic congestion and shared street use. That's a key word this year. How is the city addressing these concerns, and what else can be done?
Well, I said this a couple weeks ago at a council meeting. It's really a shift in priorities, I think, for people. I think in the 80s and 90s when we were building roads, people didn't think about pedestrians. People didn't really think about bikes. But as the generation kind of shifts, people want more walkability, bikeability. They want a more integrated neighborhood connectivity. So we're really playing kind of catch up with some of the decisions that were made 20, 30 years ago of prioritizing vehicle traffic over pedestrian and bike traffic. So a main issue for council is to revitalize the downtown and make it more walkable and bikeable and integrate the waterfront. So that's something we're trying to achieve, and also just neighborhood connectivity in general, making sure that, whether it's families or individuals are able to walk and bike easier and just allow different modes of transportation. So I think that's something that's important for all the citizens of Richland going forward.
That's great. We're kind of going back in time, aren't we?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's neat. Citizens recently overturned Richland's funding mechanism for its Transportation Benefits District by passing the $30 car tab initiative. This will hinder the city's pavement preservation program funding and the ability to successfully maintain and improve its roadway system. What are your thoughts and how council can move forward regarding the funding?
Well, council's going to have to make some tough decisions. A lot of people don't understand that 100% of the money that went into the Transportation Benefit District, that $20 car tab fee, went towards pavement preservation. So I think there were a lot of misconceptions early on and miscommunications early on, but that's about $1 million a year that goes into resurfacing our roads. So unfortunately, if we don't find a funding mechanism, our roads over the next 10, 15 years would deteriorate significantly. So we're going to have to make some trade-offs and some tough choices, and cut some services and find some areas where we can get those savings, because without good roads, that's kind of the backbone of the city. So it's something that we really have to invest in, and we don't have a choice.
Right. Okay. With the opening of the new City Hall and the preparation of the former site for redevelopment, is council's vision of its core downtown coming to fruition?
I think so. It's a process. Obviously, we need to work on George Washington Way, and we're coming up with some different studies on ways that we can potentially calm the traffic in G Way and really envision downtown, as I was saying before, being more walkable and bikeable. As far as the old City Hall site, and it's really kind of the crown jewel of the city. It's right in the middle of the downtown, and so the council has looked at marketing the property to a bunch of different interests, but we're not going to look for just a run-of-the-mill strip mall or regular project. We really want something grand, and so we're willing to wait and be patient and for that to come. And I think you're going to see some big changes over the next 5 years in downtown. You're already seeing it now with we're going to have in the next probably 6 months, we're going to have the first people actually living downtown, which I think will revitalize some of the local businesses, and it's really all coming together. So I think there's going to be some exciting things coming in the next few years.
That's good to hear. Now, what about the obstacles? What kind of obstacles do you see?
Obviously funding, number one. If we're going to look at reintegrating George Washington Way and Jadwin and trying to find out a way to shift the traffic patterns in downtown so we can make it less of a freeway and more of an actual true downtown and integrate the waterfront, we need money. And part of that's going to be getting funding from the state to try to help carry out council's plan for downtown. And so that's something that we're actively lobbying for right now.
Okay, great. Good to hear.
Mm-hmm.
The council has a strategic leadership plan that was approved in 2018. What objectives do you feel are the highest priority in 2020?
Well, obviously, as I've said before, downtown is a huge priority for the council. There's a lot of other things as far as looking at the bypass highway, trying to relieve congestion on that. We're looking at building potentially some overpasses in the next 5 to 10 years to relieve some of the Hanford traffic out there. And then just a myriad of other issues. We want to improve the access to our parks and services. We have some exciting potential interest in a couple properties the city owns on the waterfront that could really change the entire dynamics of that area. And, really just looking at ways where we can save money and invest in the future of Richland.
Okay, great. Another topic is public safety. And it's an important component of any community. And we hired a new police chief this past year. You're a strong proponent for our public safety staff. How do you feel Richland is doing in regards to keeping our community safe, and what are some of the biggest challenges?
Well, to start off, Chief Bruce is doing a great job. He's brought a great culture, and from Texas, he's brought in, I think, a different perspective and a different openness, I think, that in some ways I think we needed. So I think he's doing a great job. As far as the public safety tax, I think what's important to realize about that is that it funds 12 officers for our department, and it's without that we just wouldn't be able to do a lot of the things that we're able to now with our crime analyst and with making sure that we're able to respond within reasonable periods of time when people call us. So I think it's really important that we continue to make the citizens aware of how important public safety is and how we need to make sure we properly fund those programs.
Okay, great. Richland is known for its quality of life, expansive park network, and other public amenities. What opportunities still exist to improve on these?
Well, like I said before, we just recently, in the last 5+ years, built John Dam Plaza. We have all sorts of programs running there year-round. We're always looking at new ways to expand that programming and to build new parks and new facilities. We have in Badger Mountain South, I think in the next year or so, we're going to be building a new park. So we're continually looking for ways to provide our residents more access to these amenities and improve the amenities that we have right now.
Okay, excellent. You're a long-term Richland resident, and what do you love about this community?
It's funny because I've said this to a couple people before. To me, Richland's kind of like Goldilocks. It's not too big, not too small, just right. So it's funny when people talk about traffic here and some of the problems we have, but we really have all the amenities you want. You have water, you have recreation, you have shopping, you have good restaurants, and there may be a couple things that people want, but with that comes other things that maybe you don't want. So I think when you really take a look and step back, Richland really has everything that you could want.
Yeah, I agree. And really friendly people, too.
Absolutely.
I think so. So what do you want Richland citizens to know about their local government?
Well, I think that we're here and that we listen, and that I have an open door policy. I have citizens reach out to me all the time with questions or complaints or concerns, and I always try to get back to them in a timely manner. So I think it's just important for people to realize that we do care and that we do the best we can with the resources we have, and that I'm always here and open to talk and listen.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Luxon, for joining us today. Remember, Richland City Council meets the first and third Tuesdays of each month here at Richland City Hall. Attending meetings is a great way to learn more about your city. Also, if you have any questions about your city, the best place to start is from the city's website at the link below. Thanks for watching this edition of City Corner. I'm Gail Everett.
Municipal codes address nuisances that affect safety, well-being, and the quality of life for Richland citizens. Code violations cover many topics such as weed control, junk and inoperable vehicles, the accumulation of trash, and the storage of appliances, household furniture, and vehicle parts. To report what you think might be a code violation or speak with a code enforcement officer, call the Code Enforcement line at 942-7739. You can also submit a code violation complaint from the city's website using service request or in person at the Richland Police Department. More information about code enforcement can be found on the city's website. From the top banner on the city's website, select I want to, then Report, then Code Violation. For barking dog complaints, call the Code Enforcement line Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. After hours, call the non-emergency dispatch number at 628-0333. For all other animal complaints, contact Tri-City Animal Control at 545-3740. All other noise violations are enforced by the Richland Police Department. To report a noise violation, call the non-emergency police dispatch number at 628-0333. You can view Richland's municipal codes from the city's website by going to I Want To, then View, then Richland Municipal Codes.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Now, we often boast that the city of Richland is a full-service municipality, but admittedly, we don't spend enough time talking about all the services the city provides, and therefore, many of the services remain unknown to residents or just taken for granted. You know, for many of us, we flush the toilet and that's the end of it. But for others, that is just the beginning of treating the city's wastewater. Now, have you ever wondered where that water goes, and more importantly, where it ends up? Well, we are at the City of Richland's wastewater treatment facility, and we're going to answer those questions, and we are thrilled to welcome wastewater treatment plant manager Steve Brewer to the program. Steve, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Now, I'm excited to educate our residents on this vital city service, and let's start by having you define what wastewater is.
Okay. Wastewater is essentially anything that goes down a toilet or down a drain from a residence, a business. We do have some industries that contribute to the waste stream that comes into the treatment plant.
Okay, and a notable, I guess, water stream omission in there is stormwater. So stormwater that runs down our streets and goes into catch basins is not considered wastewater.
Correct. We have a separate storm system from the wastewater system, and that's really important. We don't want the two to mix in any way, but we don't want that additional flow here at the treatment plant. That has its own treatment system.
So wastewater from every Richland home, every Richland business, and every Richland industry is funneled here via underground sewer line to the wastewater treatment plant. What is this plant's intake and outflow capacity?
Good. So our capacity is roughly 12.5 million gallons. We average about 6.5 to 7 million gallons a day. That is funneled in here, as you said, by a conveyance system that amounts to 300 miles of pipe in the ground, roughly 300 miles, and 18 lift stations that bring it in from the different areas of town that does incorporate some industry. We have about 15 significant industrial users, and they are permitted and regulated.
Now, Steve, talk a little bit about the talented workforce that works for the wastewater treatment plant.
Oh, awesome, thanks. We have close to 25 people here when we're fully staffed. We have operators, we have mechanics, we have field maintenance crews, we have lab techs, we have people in training. They're all very skilled and trained, very passionate people. They care a lot about the environment which we protect and people's health, and they're really passionate people.
Now, this next question is a very big one, you know, very complex, very scientific facility you're running here. But I was hoping you could share with us sort of a Cliff Notes version of how our wastewater is treated. You know, what happens from the time it enters to the time it leaves.
Okay, very good. So the wastewater comes in and it's heavily screened down to 6 millimeters. We remove a lot of inorganic material out at that point, and then it moves on up into primary treatment, where a lot of settling occurs, and we remove about 50 to 75% of the organics and the solids in that part of the process. From there, it goes over here into these aeration basins, and that's where the bulk of the biologic activity occurs for the liquid stream. And after it's in here for a period of time, it goes to secondary clarification, and there's more separation that occurs. The dirty water sinks to the bottom, the clear water stays on top and goes on out to the chlorination system, where it is disinfected, and then it's piped out to the Columbia River.
Are you able to judge how long water is here or how long it takes the wastewater to flow through this plant?
Absolutely. That's a really important factor in the treatment process as well. We monitor the detention time of the water in the plant, and roughly the clean water, by the time it gets clean, it's been in here for about 6 days.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's very interesting to see the water, to see the treatment plant, work, to watch kind of where it's going and then ultimately where it ends up. And you mentioned the stream, the wastewater is separated into two categories, liquid and solid. Can you talk about why that's happening?
Yeah, sure. So the liquid stream is ultimately the water that we separate from the solid material, and it gets treated and disinfected, and it goes out to the Columbia River. The solid stream ends up staying in the process for about 45 days, and it goes into these giant digesters. The simplest way to describe the digesters is they're just like a human body. They can get upset really easy. They're at 98 degrees. We have to feed them really consistently. They don't like to be overfed or underfed. They don't like any kind of toxins put into them. A lot of treatment occurs in there by different kinds of microorganisms. After the treatment is completed in the digesters, roughly 40-45 days at this point. The material is, we run it through a belt filter press system, and it squeezes the water out of the remaining solids. And we get the solids anywhere from 15 to 20% thick. And that goes into the back of a dump truck. It's trucked out to the compost facility and mixed with the city's green waste.
Oh, wow. So it effectively becomes compost.
Correct. Yeah, people can use it in their gardens.
Wow, that's great. Now, what organization monitors our wastewater treatment plant, and maybe what permits do we operate under?
Sure. We have a NPDES permit, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, that's locally monitored by the Department of Ecology, but it's a permit issued by the Environmental Protection Agency. And we also have a biosolids permit, which is from the Environmental Protection Agency as well.
And are samples from this facility, how often are they tested or regulated by those organizations?
Well, monthly we send in reports to the different regulatory agencies, and we have yearly reports as well.
Now, the wastewater plant was built in 1985, so it's almost 35 years old, but, in the scope of, municipal buildings, that doesn't seem like it's that old. But what are some changes to the way we treat wastewater that have occurred in those 35 years?
Sure. Recent upgrades have included solids handling, disinfection, our influent building. We've recently spent a lot of money in there modernizing it and upgrading it, and now we can screen again down to 6 millimeters, which is a very high amount of screening to eliminate all of the inorganic materials. Next year we're going to be spending a lot of money on the biological treatment process, the aeration basin up here. There's always a plan in the works. We have an outlook of roughly 6 years of capital improvement projects to keep this place modern and working correctly.
Oh, that's great. Now, what are some ways, Richland residents can help make sure that this facility is running as optimal as it can?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of ways. One, be conscious about what they're putting down their drain, flushing down their toilet. About the worst thing, one of the worst things they can put down their toilet are those handy wipes. Everybody has a misconception that some of those are flushable. We don't like them. They clog up our pumps and our pump stations. Cost a lot of money to deal with that. Pharmaceuticals are really bad. Any kind of toxins are really bad, and grease is a big one, especially coming from some of the restaurants that generate grease, or even just grease from your home cooking.
Sure, and grease is an important one because I often think of wastewater and I just think of my toilet, and sometimes I neglect to think about what's going down my sinks, and so my kitchen waste, that type of thing. So good reminders there. Well, that's a great way to end the program. I'd like to thank Steve Brewer for hopping on the program and educating us on the city's wastewater treatment facility. And of course, if you want more information on this plant or anything happening in the city of Richland, you can visit us at our webpage at the link below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. Now, Steve, I've seen Bill Gates do this, so I want to give it a try. From your toilet, through the wastewater treatment plant, clean water going back out to the river. Let's have a taste.
All right. Pour that right in there.
Oh, yeah. Look at how clear that is.
That is pretty clear water.
Steve, looks delicious.
Bottoms up. We're off camera, right? You wouldn't really want to drink river water.
No, I wouldn't.
Think about it. Almost every trip in Washington begins or ends on a city street. And as Washington's population and economy grows, so does the demand on the transportation network. City streets are more than just a road. Above ground, there are bike lanes, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, lighting, landscaping. But below are sewers, water, stormwater, electric, and cable utilities. And when a street is built over a waterway, it even incorporates fish passage into the design. Our transportation system is one of the most valuable assets we have. It's no small cost to ensure that it's well built and maintained for today and the future. But our city streets lack a sufficient revenue source. City transportation systems must compete with important priorities like police and fire protection, parks and other programs and services. What about the gas taxes we pay at the pump? Well, most of that goes to the state to pay for highways. Cities receive only a small portion, and as the population has grown, your city's share hasn't kept up. It takes a while for a pothole to develop on a city street. However, it just doesn't make sense to defer maintenance. And while maintaining our streets may cost a lot, paying for reconstruction down the road costs a whole lot more. All this means that as cities grapple to fund priorities, we need to ensure our transportation systems are not neglected. We can't throw future generations under the bus. We all need to work together to make sure these important assets are well designed, constructed, and maintained.
The City of Richland strives to make information about your municipal government accessible. Most information you seek is available from the city's website. This includes park and recreation-related activities. To start, go to the city's website and click on Departments, then Parks and Recreation. Or go directly to the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com. From this page, click on E-Activity Guide. The guide is browser-based. No plugins or special software is required. Here you can find out about the latest class or event or check out the amenities that each of our parks offers. With a click of a mouse, you can get information about a specific class or sign up for activities. Simply click on the activity and add the class or event to your shopping cart. You will need to log in to your account prior to registering. If you do not have an account, you can create an account online. Because the e-activity guide is interactive, you can also find links to a variety of groups and organizations that provide added recreational opportunities, or link to Parks and Recreation Facebook pages. Additional information about Richland Parks and Recreation is available from the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com.
I firmly believe that when I was born that the folks probably had a party and did not invite the Wicked Witch. So she laid this curse on me that, I would never leave town and own a business. So, there's no other rational explanation for it. So kind of grew slowly and evolved, and the next thing I knew, it was many years later, and had a business. Still not sure how that happened. The inventory is basically my troubled inner child let loose with a checkbook. So a lot of pop culture, a lot of things that just strike us as fun or interesting or intriguing, and we've been very lucky that other people find it interesting or for whatever reason or troubling, and they'll buy it for that reason. But we don't really have any restrictions. I'm Gus Sacco. I own Octopus Garden and Luna Fish in the Uptown Richland, and I am Richland.
I want to welcome you all to our membership luncheon sponsored by Mid-Columbia Libraries. I'm Lori Matson. I'm President and CEO of the Tri-City Regional Chamber. We're thrilled to announce that our attendance at today's luncheon is the largest in our history, selling out with over 900 reservations. Hopefully we don't have two to a seat, right? How many of you are two to a seat? I would like to sincerely thank General Jim Mattis for accepting our invitation to keynote the luncheon. We are honored to host you and sincerely appreciate your generosity. General Mattis, will you please stand as we express our gratitude for your service and sacrifice to our country? In addition to recognizing General Mattis, we would like to have all of the veterans that are here today stand so we can recognize you as well. Please stand, veterans. Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you so much. All right, we're not done. Also, anyone who is serving or has served in the armed forces, please stand. Thank you all. And now I'm going to bring up the chair of our board, Derek Stricker, to lead us through the rest of the program. But before I do that, today's been a big day. Not only do we have this amazing luncheon today and our esteemed speaker, this morning was our final board meeting of 2019. And so, Derek, in one day, your final board meeting as chair and your final luncheon as chair. And I just want to recognize and thank Derek for his leadership this year. He has such a passion for our community and for all of your businesses. And I just want to recognize him in front of all of you. Thank you. Derek?
Thank you very much, Lori, and thank you everyone who's came today. Oh, what a special time it is right now in the Tri-Cities. Here, I'm going to readjust this right here. Perfect. We have so much to be thankful for in this ever-growing community. As Lori said, I've been serving as the Chamber Board Chair this year, and what a year we've had. We literally started off the year with Women in Business in January, setting an attendance record of 800 plus people. That's how January started. That was my icebreaker into this role as well. Now we're wrapping up the year in December with a sold-out crowd of, 900 plus in the audience? I want to say 1,000, but I hear the fire marshals in the audience today, so 900 plus it is. No code violations, please. All right. I want to thank the Chamber and the community for having me be your chairman this year. It's been an honor. I took it seriously and honestly something I've wanted to do since I moved back from Chicago in 2011. The work that the Chamber is doing is literally changing our region. And as part of the next generation, if you will, that excites a lot of us in this area. There's a lot of great things that have happened, and just with the new emphasis, we're very proud of where we're all going right now. I'm very proud of the Chamber team and the staff and all of our members who are here today. Our Chamber members fill in the room, pack the audience. Maybe next year we need to go, stadium seating or double-decker, I think. So right now, though, I want to thank you for what you guys do day in, day out for the Tri-Cities. I kind of think this is our cherry on top for the year we have right now, this event right here. So very honored to introduce the man of the hour. But before doing so, hey, Sloan. Hey, buddy. On-site learning, I like it. But before doing so, I task you, when General Mattis is speaking, to write down, text yourself, something you learned from today, from him, and how you can apply it day one in 2020. All right, so due to exceptional turnout today, we imagine many of you will have questions for General Mattis. Following his keynote, you're invited to find one of the 4 microphones stationed throughout the room in the audience. Please keep your questions brief and allow others the same opportunity you have. General Mattis needs no introduction. However, when you have a 4-star general in the house, you make an introduction. Jim Mattis was raised in southeastern Washington and graduated from Central Washington State College. There it is. He served over 40 years in the Marine Corps as an infantry officer, plus duty in the office of the Secretary of Defense as NATO's Supreme Allied Commander and as Commander of the U.S. Central Command, comprised of over 250,000 U.S. and Allied troops to combat across the Middle East and South Asia. Retiring in 2013, he was a Davies Family Scholar at Stanford University's Hoover Institution. Subsequently, he served as the 26th Secretary of Defense from January 2017 through December 2018. Tri-Cities, please help me welcome our hometown hero, General Jim Mattis.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, thanks very much. What a great day. I never get used to this. I'm just another Richland guy who went off, wandered around the world. And I love coming back here. All America is about a couple thousands of communities like this, where from international businesses to small businesses to all the local people who get together and commit to this community. And it's a reminder, as I'm very fond of saying, having just returned from Washington, D.C. about 2 days ago, we are better than our politics that we see on the screen. We are a lot better than our politics. Coming back, I arrived at the airport over in Pasco, and I immediately went up to the first policeman I saw and requested political asylum coming out of Washington, D.C. He was very helpful and allowed me to stay here. So that's why I'm here today. I will say that Lori and Elizabeth, my two bosses for this event, they're the greatest bosses you could ever come up with. A lot of fun working with them, and to be here and spend a few minutes with you today as we all remind ourselves just how fortunate we are to live in this little piece of heaven out here in southeastern Washington. I'm with no false modesty, I'm a very average graduate of our high school. I have a lot to be humble about, by the way, in terms of my academic credentials. And I would just tell you that I try to avoid a lot of these kinds of talks. I turn down probably 98%. But no way do you turn down your hometown, if you know what I mean. You stay fond of it forever. It's like the first girl you ever kissed. You never forget it, and you always want to get back to it, you know. I would also just say that I was in that luckiest generation, and why do I call it that? Because we were raised by the greatest generation, the generation that went through a depression without losing their dignity and affection for one another, that went through a bloody, awful war and defeated fascism, and then raised all of us in this town with values that allowed me to go all around the world, to meet from privates in the Marine Infantry to kings and prime ministers, and treat them all the same, because that's just the way we were brought up here. There was no class distinction. There was nothing about the kind of rabid language we see used in some campaigns nationally. Here we were brought up, I would just say, in the best of all worlds. And I hope that we're doing our part, people with my color hair, to do the same for the younger generation coming up today. I was told that I had to speak about leadership. And the interesting thing about leadership is you never stop learning leadership. Every time you go into a leadership position, whether it be in your family, your sports team, your organization, your police department, your corporation, your college, no matter where you're at, you have to learn it all over again. It's all about shifting chemistries and shifting missions and shifting environments. And when you put that together and you're somewhat successful, you achieve some modest success, we kind of owe it to everyone else to run the elevator back down and teach the young people what we learned along the way. And it's in that spirit I come here today to talk about this. Not that I know everything about leadership, but just to pass on the lessons that I learned. And after all, I was not in the Marine Corps for 40 plus years. I was in the U.S. Marine Corps. We answer to you, you own us, and we are accountable to you. So I come here also reminded that you paid my wages for the last 40-some years, so this is the least I can do for the hometown that I'm so fond of. I didn't like a lot of the jobs in the Marine Corps. I think that's one point about leadership. It doesn't matter whether you like the specific moment or not. A leader's job is to take care of problems. I grew to hate minefields very, very young in the U.S. Marine Corps. The idea that people would actually poison the ground you walk on is a reminder of just how malicious mankind can be. But one thing I realized while I was in those minefields, where over many times over many years, I loved being around young sailors and Marines that would crawl forward into that minefield knowing as they probed, looking for something they didn't want to find, that if they missed it, either they or their buddies could end up dead, and they kept right on going. And so as I got into an age when I got invited to go back and work one more time in government, all those lessons I'd learned came with me. We're all formed by those experiences. And initially when I'd gone into the Marines, I was convinced I was going to at least do my patriotic chore. The draft was on, and if I was going to go, it would be the Marines. I did not expect to rise to high rank. I wasn't sure I'd stay very long. I love this area. I love the hunting, the fishing, the swimming in the river. I actually thought about being a teacher, which probably surprises my teachers, who had a heck of a time beating anything into my brain. But you know, you make plans, you go on about your life, and God has a good chuckle and says, "Watch this, baby," and then he throws something at you, right? And so there's a song that today it's so old, ladies and gentlemen, you got to go on public TV to listen to it. And that's really old. It's by Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. And it was something about teach your children well. And there's one line in that song that said, "You, when you're on the road, you must have a code you can live by." And I think that without realizing it at the time, I was on the road, a leadership road, because the U.S. military demands leadership. Its environment requires it. And so when God laughed at me when I said I was retired and tapped me, I got tapped on the shoulder, having taken no part in an election, and brought back to be the Secretary of Defense, all those lessons I had learned the hard way came to the forefront. And at that point, I was prepared, but it was in no small part, ladies and gentlemen, due to the values I grew up with here in the Tri-Cities. Values about getting along with each other, about working together, about just enjoying life, frankly. The worst kind of leader to be under in any organization is one who wakes up every day with a bad attitude. You don't want to even be around them, because that attitude will seep down into the organization. I would just tell you that the Marines have a very strong institutional culture. I think you're aware of that. It's naval in character. But like all organizations in the world, the leadership of the Marine Corps gets the behavior they reward. And I want to say that again. Whatever your leadership rewards in your organization, that's the behavior you're going to get. If you want ethical behavior, you'll get it, with a few, perhaps, disappointments at times. If you want unethical behavior, you'll get it. Eventually, an organization reflects the personality of the boss, of whoever is given the responsibility to be up at the top. In the Marines, the two behaviors they want most out of the young petty officers and NCOs in the Fleet Marine Force is initiative and aggressiveness. And I'll give you an example, because you see, the Marines, being a naval force, when they land on a beach, there is no retreat. You either win or you die. And so you've got to have a lot of aggressiveness. It's a very young force. And I'll give you an example of what happens when things go wrong. I had a wonderful young division on one occasion. Probably the average age of 23,000 sailors and Marines was somewhere around 22 years old, and that included old guys like me. Most of them were in their teens. And I had a computer guy, unbeknownst to me, who had fallen in love with another Marine. And so he sent her an email, hacked into my computer, and sent her an email from General Mattis to her saying, "By the way, Private First Class so-and-so is the greatest Marine in the entire division." Well, she actually fell for it, and she immediately hit reply and sent me a note, which I kind of was surprised at, since I'd never met this young lady, and I'd never seen the email that she was replying on. So it took a Marine gunnery sergeant about 22 seconds to figure out what had happened, and the young fellow came in front of me, and great initiative, not the best judgment. A private first class did not want to see a two-star general having done something like this. But he had shown good initiative, and he was young enough to make a mistake like that, which could have been an ethical mistake up above. For him, it was just mischief. And so recognizing this, he got punished by being assigned to my personal staff so I could keep an eye on the lad, see what else he was up to. And he became actually very, very good at something called stopping hacking, people getting inside our networks. You can imagine with that background, he'd be good at that. So my point is, you reward that behavior and you make sure you don't crush someone for a bad mistake when they're young. Because one of the most important things for a leader is to know the difference between a mistake and a lack of discipline. And if it's a mistake, then you've got to coach them better, because I always saw myself as a coach more than a commander. You coach them, you get them better, you keep making them better. And if they make mistakes, coach them a little more, hug them a little closer. Now, if it's a lack of discipline, then that's different. And I'll talk about that in a minute, but basically the Marine Corps drop kicks them through the goalposts of life if they're not disciplined, because you can't tolerate that, because if you allow a lack of discipline to occur, then what in effect you're doing is you're setting a newer and lower standard. I think that when you have an organization built for violence like the Marine Corps, and it's designed to protect our experiment that you and I call America, you have to have your own authentic way of dealing with the troops. You can't try and be someone else, because you'll just be a copy and not a very good copy of that someone else. So when I chose the player coach as my way of doing business with the troops, it recognized that I could be a commanding general and command 10,000 or 25,000, 45,000, or eventually 250,000 in probably 15 minutes a day. Sign an order, do something like that. The hard part was, how do you coach them and allow everyone to feel that that they own the mission? How do you actually do that? What were the techniques of it? And so as I put more and more time into it, what I found was I had to overcome any sense that young guys were staying awake at night thinking, how can I mess up Lieutenant Mattis's day tomorrow, or captain, or major? Sometimes I wondered about it, ladies and gentlemen, because they're pretty rambunctious lads that joined the Marine Corps, and they could get into a whale of a lot of trouble, and I'd be down there talking to somebody, getting chewed out about it or something. But the fact is, the kind of people who climb hills when they're getting shot at and all are not always milquetoast kind of people. They get into wonderfully big scrapes at times, and you've got to really bear with them, because those are the values that you've actually got to have on the battlefield, and you try to corral it back in the rear, because they still have to be disciplined. What I found was an organization that was not disciplined in the rear, if they had DUIs, for example, or they had sexual harassment, or they have people who are not showing up at work on time, they're the same ones that in a firefight and combat have things going wrong. So I tried to figure out, why was it that some organizations were worth more than similar organizations in a fight? What was it, if they were disciplined, why were some so much better? Why would a platoon of 40 sailors and Marines move smoothly against the enemy here, whereas a company was more brittle? And as I studied this over many, many years, what I found was the difference was a word called affection. They all had trust. They trusted each other. They all had the same equipment, the same training. But in some of those units, there was an affection for one another, that even as people were getting shot down around them, they would continue to move against the enemy. And so how did organizations build that sort of bond, that affection? And some people were very good at it. I had a gunnery sergeant during a period when I lost half my troops around me. Out of 29 communicators and drivers and gunners in my little group, 17 of the 29 were killed or wounded. And yet the gunnery sergeant who was in charge of them, very smart, very tough guy, had a great sense of humor, and he was very adamant with them about, you must meet the standard every day. If it was a rehearsal every day, everyone's there, we rehearse. Nobody gets sloppy. But at the same time, he could disarm the hottest day, the worst day, with some humorous words that reminded them that we were all human and we were going to get through it. And a sense of humor, I think, brought out that humanity. It was almost like putting armor or a flak jacket around their spirits so that they didn't feel like it was just, it was as grim and as bad as combat can be, which scrapes that veneer of civilization right off people. There's a former Marine named Steve Pressfield who wrote a book called The Legend of Bagger Vance, and he compares golfing to life. And he said you have to have your own authentic swing. And that gunnery sergeant had an authentic swing that he could walk up to a wounded guy going into shock and start joking with him and bring that guy back around right there. So how you maintain that connection, how do you really tie together with the people who are at the very front end? If you're a fire chief, how do you tie with the guys who are going to go up the ladders into a burning building? If you're out here in the plant and you're working with people who've got to make certain the process is going to work right, or it's going to be on the front page of the New York Times because there's a leakage out in the Hanford cleanup site, you got to make sure they feel like they own their own plant. And the way I would make sure that on my level was I would not put a whole lot of details in my orders. I left a lot of room for them to write in how they were going to do what I was very clear about what I wanted them to do. And then I wouldn't let them brief me on their entire plan. I didn't want to know their entire plan. There were a couple things I wanted to know. I wanted to know their communications plan so I wouldn't lose touch with that unit. I wanted to know their medevac plan so I knew how they were going to get their lads out if they got knocked down. And I wanted to know their reconnaissance plan so they wouldn't get ambushed. But when they started getting into more detail than that, I say, no, it's your plan. It's not the way I'd do it, but if you think it'll work, then you go for it. And that way, they never felt like the ownership of the plan went away to someone else. And I thought that was very, very important because once they feel like they own it, then a lot of your job as a senior person is basically it just goes away like smoke in the wind because you know you can walk away and they're going to continue to carry out their plan. They know what they're doing. They wrote it. They believe in it. I think, too, that you have to have feedback loops, though, and I bring this up because there's nothing about benign neglect here. You've got to be out in the forward troops. You've got to have people out there who are reporting back to you because 99% of the information you need is somewhere in your organization. Have you really set up the opportunity for people to get that information up to you and displayed so everyone's operating off it? That was some of the most important stuff that I saw. And when I was working, it was like a well-oiled machine. It was almost like a ballet dance up on a stage. And you're standing back and you're the director and you're just watching it. And everyone knows what they're doing. Each one knows their part. And they know how they connect or not connect with someone else. And you just kind of stand back. I call it taking your hands off the steering wheel and let the young ones do it. But don't put too much word in your orders or they'll feel like it's Mother May I. They can't do something until this is approved or something like that. And opportunities, whether on a football field or a marketplace or anywhere, a battlefield, they open and close very, very quickly. And young people who feel like you have their back, who feel like they can take a risk, then they'll go for it. The biggest challenge there is what some people call one-way decisions. In other words, if it's a risk, you want to know exactly how much risk and who's going to take that risk and what can you do, to reduce the risk. But gambles, I always said gambles come up to my level. Gambles are not decided down below. Gambles are where if something goes wrong, you're going to lose the whole thing. At those come up to the corporate level in business or the chief level in public service or to the general or the senior officer in the military. Because a gamble is too big of a gamble, too big of a risk, especially when you're dealing with people's lives and potential defeat. I think, too, that as you put all this together and you get it working and the organization's hitting on all cylinders, you have to watch out for complacency. Where pretty soon they think we can do anything. And a lot of things go wrong at that point. Most important when things go wrong is that the boss takes responsibility. While you can delegate decision-making down to lower people, the responsibility stays with you. If you're asleep in the ship and you're the captain, and that ship runs aground, you're still responsible. So you got to make sure the people on watch know what they're doing. Same thing in any other line of work. I think what you have to do is make sure that you have good feedback loops and don't fall into command and control, to use a parlance that's grown out of the military right into political campaigns and businesses and all. The Marines teach us command and feedback because that's how you unleash people. You give it very clear guidance on here's what I want it to look like at the end, and generally here's how we're going to do it. And then you go around and make sure you're getting feedback and keeping up with them. But don't get so dictatorial that they don't feel like they can take advantage of those opening opportunities on the battlefield. Because if you do, then it's going to be really tough. The last point I would make is in my line of work, if you had an officer who was not as physically fit as their toughest troops, couldn't do as many pull-ups, run as fast or faster, take a heavy load off a Marine who has the flu one day on a hike and double load on him. If you didn't have someone who was that tough, those were often the units where you had problems because, right or not, very young males will often equate value to whether or not the other person can at least physically do what they do. It's the unfairness of leadership positions, but I had no room. Fortunately, the Marine Corps doesn't promote weak lieutenants into the Fleet Marine Force, but I had no room for ones that were too I would just call it weak to go out in front and just be the toughest coaches there in the unit. I also want to just make mention, we had the veterans stand up a little while ago, and I cannot tell you how many times my leadership was made easy because of what veterans did. In the Marine Corps, where you have to study war, you're given reading lists at each rank. When you get promoted, you get a new reading list. We were taught that there was nothing we were going to be asked to do would be tougher than some other veteran had done. And I'll give you just one quick snapshot of this. At a time when we were preparing to assault the town and the 2 assault battalions that would be going into that city, we knew would be outnumbered by the number of people on the defense there. I won't go into why, it was just a situation we faced. So the night before, I go down to see the assault battalions, the battalion commanders, and walk through the infantry companies and all, make sure they have everything they need. We had the artillery ready, we had the air support ready, we'd moved another hospital, mobile hospital in nearby to handle casualties quickly. So I go down to see the assault units, talking to them, and finally it's about midnight. It's time for generals to get out of the way and leave it to the young infantry guys, the guys who are known infantry, infant soldier, young soldier. That's how they got their name. Most of them in their teens in the assault units, under a few NCOs older and a couple of officers. And I'm falling back in my vehicles, and the enemy starts creating a problem right when we're behind the assault company that would go in before dawn and clear out the enemy outposts so the assault battalion could move into the city. And they were laying there, they were stripped down. It was a very cold night. They were stripped down to their combat gear. They had no sleeping bags or blankets or anything. And the enemy caused some problems, and so I stopped and checked in with the corporal there. He said, "No sweat, we'll take care of it." And we're laying there, and the Marines took care of the problem and shot him up and that sort of thing. And so we're just laying there waiting to make sure it's all died down. And one of the Marines, thinking we'd moved on, asked his corporal, who was probably maybe 21 years old, he says, "Corporal, do you think Fallujah is going to be tough in the morning?" And because we have ladies here, I'm not going to put it in quite the words of the corporal response, but he said basically, "Hush and get some sleep. We took Iwo Jima. Fallujah won't be nothing." Now, ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't even a twinkle in his daddy's eye when Iwo Jima was taken by the Marines in World War II. But the raw example, the tough fight for Iwo Jima, resonates back down through the ranks today of a Marine Corps that's taught its history. And so for all the veterans in the room, no matter where you served or what you did, I just want you to understand that you've continued to send that message to the young folks who are on the front lines now, the young men and women out there, even as we sit here today overseas and are fighting, that they face nothing worse than you or your predecessors faced. So thank you very much to all the veterans in the room. I owe you more thanks. I could not have given a speech as good as that young corporal could use an example from history to calm his troops down before they get ready to cross the line of departure. So let me stop there. I promised the ladies I'd save time for questions. So let's just see who's got the first questions. You can take it. You can talk about leadership, or you can talk about anything on your mind, ladies and gentlemen. It's hometown, and it's good to be back with you. Thank you very much. They'll come. You watch. It'll happen.
No one else will. General Mattis, sir.
Who's got the first one?
Here, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Jack Drummond, 1-5, 1st Marine Division. Hoorah. General Mattis, would you be kind enough to let us know how you obtained the nickname Mad Dog Mattis? Thank you.
Yeah, it's really not a very interesting answer. We were outside of a city called Ramadi, and we got stars and stripes one day, and one of the troops said, "Hey, General, they're calling you Mad Dog here." All I can tell you is a slow news day somewhere, and somebody made it up. My call sign was always Chaos. The way I got Chaos was I commanded a regiment when I was a colonel out in the Mojave Desert, and I was just brim full of great ideas. And my operations officer was from Brooklyn, had a rather dry sense of humor. And one day I was down in his office. This is how I got my real call sign. And I'd given him another great idea. And as I turned to walk out, I saw Chaos written on his whiteboard. And I said, "What's this about?" Just curious. And he said, "Oh, you don't need to know about that." Well, oh, yes, I do. And so I persuaded him. I waterboarded him. And he said, "Well, it means Colonel has another outstanding solution." And it was very tongue-in-cheek. They didn't think I had as many good solutions as perhaps they were looking for. So I adopted it from my irreverent subordinates, my call sign of Chaos. But Mad Dog was never, that's made up by the press. It was never, the sailors, Marines, that was never what they called me. It was always Chaos. When they call on the radio, that's when they use it. They call for Chaos. That's what they use. It wasn't Mad Dog. Sorry to disappoint you on that one. Who else has a question? Go ahead.
So thank you, General, for joining us today. From a leadership standpoint, what do you think, as you look back, was the biggest mistake you made in leadership, and then how did you respond to it?
Yeah, a question about what's the biggest mistake. Well, one of them is in there. I think at Tora Bora, if I'd done some things better, notifying my boss that we were ready to go after Osama bin Laden in 2001, we might have been able to get him, but you never know. But I didn't do as good a job there. Probably the biggest, it was a mistake in the sense I was not successful in persuading the higher command not to assault Fallujah at the time we did. And what happened, ladies and gentlemen, was we'd had 4 contractors wander into the city. They'd been murdered by civilian contractors, and they never should have been in the city. It was strongly held by the enemy. They were just lost. And I was ordered to attack into the city, and I said, "We have a better way of doing it. We know who did this. There's tribes in the city that'll help us. We'll catch the guys who did it. We'll hunt them down and we'll kill them. We'll return the remains to their loved ones back in the United States. But I don't want to assault the city." Finally, in order to do so, I said, "Okay." And I said, "But do not stop me once we start in." And then deep inside the city, we stopped. And the mistake was to stop at that point. I still didn't agree with the order to go. But when you're told to do it, it's called orders, not likes. And you give it 110%. That's what leaders do. So I said, "Okay, let's get on with it." And we went in, and then deep inside the city, our political leadership got nervous and stopped us, and now I'm losing lads in house-to-house fighting, and I have to negotiate. I'm ordered to negotiate with them, and eventually ordered to withdraw. And now we hand the enemy a victory, a moral victory. They defeated the Marines. And I said, "We're going to have to go back in," and when we did, it cost us hundreds killed and wounded. To take the city months later. So my failure was that I was unable to persuade people several layers above and get the word through those all the way to Washington that we had a better idea. The Marines were interviewed, of course, by the embedded press, and I remember one young, slow-talking lad, a blonde-haired guy, filthy dirty with his light machine gun over his shoulder, and newsman was saying, "This must be terrible for you. You lost your buddies. Excuse me. You lost your buddies going into the city. You had to fight hard. Now you've been ordered to fall back." And the young guy, the newsman was trying to get a real story out of him, that everything was all bad. And he just looked into the camera and said, "It doesn't matter. We'll just hunt him down somewhere else and kill him." And ladies and gentlemen, I know that sitting here in beautiful, peaceful Tri-Cities, that sounds like some pretty crude language. But I could have kissed the kid right then that he hadn't lost faith in his chain of command, and he was going to hold fast and keep loyal and not suck his thumb. Because in the military, we consider cynicism and we consider victimhood just to be another form of cowardice. And if he decided that, well, you know, there's nothing I can do about this, there is. Hunt him down somewhere else and get him. He knew exactly what he ought to do. He might have been a teenager, but he had wisdom beyond his years, and he kept faith in a chain of command that certainly could have shaken his faith if he didn't believe in it. So, as always in the Marines, I was saved by those good NCOs and junior officers who represented that very difficult political decision in the most positive terms. Said, it doesn't stop us. We're still in control of how we react to this, and we're not going to suck our thumbs. We'll hunt them down somewhere else. So that's an example of how an organization that's got good, strong loyalty and devotion inside it can save you when, as a leader, you fail to get the message through up above, and they have to pay a price. So that I hope that where you at here, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and most important thing is when things don't go your way, you still got to do it. I had to go into the city when I didn't want to, and the lad had to pull out with his buddies when he didn't, and that still doesn't relieve you from staying positive, no sucking your thumb, no getting cynical, none of that sort of victimhood stuff. Who's got another question? Wave an arm.
I have a question on leadership, Jim.
Okay.
Over here. Thank you. The question is, how do you prepare your people to carry out orders with an independent investment? I mean, how do you get them on the approach to that investment? What kind of values do you bring to that?
Yeah, it's a great question. The way George Washington did it still works, I think. His was very methodical. He called it, you listen first, so you have to listen to your people, and they will tell you what they're unsure about if they trust you. Trust is the coin of the realm here. And you learn from them. Don't just listen long enough to rebuff them or to say, okay, I hear all that, but here's what we're going to do anyway. Learn from them. So you listen and you learn, and by doing that, you show respect. And then you help them. If they tell you, gosh, I think we're really going to take casualties here, say, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to move 2 more battalions of artillery up, and I'm going to reduce the chance of that happening. So you actually learn how to help them. And then you lead them to be, I would just say, to have confidence in themselves and to take not to listen to their doubts, listen to their beliefs. The way you do that is adopted from Confucius by the Marines. It used to be part of their recruiting slogan, and we used to say the Marine Corps builds men back in the 1950s, body, mind, and spirit. So you want people who are physically very strong so they feel confident. You want people who are mentally sharp, and that's why you require them to read certain things, body, mind, and then the spirit comes. And in the Marine Corps, the spirit is actually a weapon system. You could have reversed the weapons I had in many of the battles I was in. Given the enemy our weapons, we could have taken theirs. We still would have won. Probably would have lost more people. We still would have won. So you build them up, body, mind, and spirit, so they're individually, they feel confident. Then you listen, you learn, you help, and then you lead. And as you do that, if you've got someone who just needs a little more attention, then be close to them. I can remember on one occasion in the middle of a fight, I managed to get my battalion surrounded in the middle of the open desert, and in the middle of all the chaos of what was going on, I remember just looking over my shoulder, and there was a full colonel, probably no more than 2,000 meters away, watching the whole thing, not intruding at all, but just ready if I needed it. We didn't. It was fine. But just move up and be close enough that people feel your presence, but you're not being oppressive or dictating things unless it's really gone bad. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Sure. It's hard to see you all out there with the lights on you up here, by the way. So if I look like I'm looking the wrong direction, I probably...
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Griffith. I'm the president of the Mid-Columbia Master Singers. I'm to your right, about 30 feet away.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding critical conversations or crucial conversations. What are some kind of pearl of wisdom that you could give us regarding talking to people that maybe aren't your subordinates? so we can better communicate in that realm. Who aren't your subordinate, like maybe a leader or something of that nature, where you have to have a crucial conversation. What is the tools that you use for that?
Okay, so if you have let me give you an example. I'm Secretary of Defense and I have to go to NATO, okay? And NATO hasn't been paying as much money as they should. This goes back about 30 years. And I had to go there and I had to talk to them about, you've got to pay more. That's all there is to it. You can't continue to ask, as I put it to them, you can't continue to ask the American parents to care more about your children's freedom than you're willing to care. Those days are over. You got to come on board here. We're with you, but you got to work with us on it. What I would do then is follow up on that, and I'd sit down with them and say, what is the problem that you can't do this? What is doing this? In other words, first I had to understand the issue as well or better than the person who might want to argue against me. And I bring this up, ladies and gentlemen, because right now there's an awful lot of people who just listen long enough to say, I don't agree with you. It's happening in our own country. It worries me greatly. How much? What's greatly? I am less concerned right now about the Chinese or the Russians doing something to our country than I am about Americans and the way they're treating each other in terms of when they disagree, they don't wait long enough to really understand each other. I would know an argument of someone that I had to influence. I always tried to know the argument even better than they did for their position. I wanted to know their argument so well that I could argue it. And then I would address it. And sometimes, guess what? I found I was the one in the wrong by doing that. In other words, you're not just learning enough in order to rebuff them, you're learning enough to actually advocate for them. And at that point, you're in a lot better position to agree on the problem statement. And if you don't agree on the problem statement, you will never agree on the solution. Because when someone rolls out a solution, and you're looking at it and saying, that's not my problem. You're not addressing what's causing me a problem in doing this. And so I think that most of all, it's just, I think the Native American would say you just walk in someone else's moccasins, for a mile. Just trade over to them. And remember that even the people you disagree with might be right. And be a little humble about it. And from that point, you'll find common ground. And once you find the common ground, it may not be much, but I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I've found common ground with people who don't speak our language, and I've seen young Marines do it. I'll give you an example. One night we're at Kandahar, and a lot of the Marines were off in the high country, and then we get the word we're going to get attacked. So I go to the local Afghan commander. The CIA brought him in. I said, I need my perimeter on this airfield reinforced. He says, got it. This is in the mid-morning. By afternoon, he and his turbaned guys are walking through, and every Marine fighting hole now has an Afghan kid in it. And the guy who's doing this, a guy named Galali, any of you who've read The Bear Went Over the Mountain, he's the 13-year-old back when the Soviets invade who kills the Russians. He's my counterpart there. And Galali and I were standing there watching this one Marine, and the guy got in the hole, and they kind of shyly shake hands with each other. Neither one speaks the same language as the other. It's going to get dark soon. They're going to get attacked. They're going to be fighting together. And the young guy puts his AK-47 up, and he's pointing it. And a Marine shakes his head no, and he points to the belt of ammunition and puts his hands on it, that he's to help him shoot his machine gun. And the kid, obviously been in fights, they're both young, both in their teens, nods. And so then he shows if he runs out of ammo, then he points to the rifle and puts the stakes there, puts it up against the stakes so that he knows where to shoot at night when he can't see. We didn't have night vision goggles for all those guys. And the kid nodded. Then they both sat back, and the young Afghan kid picked up the paintbrush, started dusting off all the machine gun links so it'd be nice and clean for when they had to use it that night. There were two guys from the opposite ends of the earth who did not actually, one was not in command of the other. They were going to be in a fighting hole all night together fighting, and they were able to make common cause right there with hand and arm and pointing to things and nodding each other and shaking hands. I wish I could see that same level of collaboration at times in our nation's capital, if you know what I mean. Does that answer your question? Give you an idea there? Find common ground and then work from there, okay? Who else has a question?
Sir, I have a question.
Okay. Where are you?
Thank you. Oh, he's going to let me go. Sorry. I'm Madison with Mid-Columbia Libraries, and I noticed earlier you are a Hemingway fan. So which title is your favorite and why? No, which title is your favorite from Hemingway?
Probably Islands in the Stream. That passed, I mean, you know, what's a librarian think of that one?
Well, lucky for you, I'm not a librarian. I'm a graphic designer. But any title by him is excellent. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Why? Whew. That was a tough one. Other questions?
Question here to your left. Sir, my name is Lieutenant Heisey. I'm with 217 Field Artillery at JBLM. I apologize to the audience if this question doesn't interest all of them. My question has to do with the artillery-infantry relationship. In my 2 years, I've noticed that the artillery seems to have a disconnect with the infantry, how they move, how they train. And my question, sir, is how do we improve that relationship?
Well, I think it applies to anyone in the room because there's times, I mean, how do you keep, for example, a police department and fire department working together as a team? Or how do you keep the librarians at the public library working with the school librarians? I mean, it's all about collaboration. I've seen nothing in this world that can be satisfied in isolation. With the artillery, though, I would just say that the more you can have some of the artillery guys spend some time with the infantry in the front line, understanding why sometimes their voices are 3 octaves higher, calling for artillery, or the infantry guys can go back to artillery and see what it's like to have to manhandle 155 millimeter shells into a cannon that they're firing as fast as they can pull the lanyards. I think anything you can do to share the experiences in any organization, that's the right way to do it. It is very hard, I think it was Will Rogers who said, it's very hard to dislike somebody once you've met them. And that's sometimes not true. Every once in a while there's a real jerk out there, okay? You know, I've said it before, and I think in this town, but remember, even Jesus of Nazareth had 1 out of 12 go to crap on him, okay? So once in a while you got somebody bad. But by and large, if you bring your infantry and artillery guys together in each other's domains, they very quickly will learn to respect each other. And I've not always experienced that. Matter of fact, the battalion that supported my regiment, 3rd Battalion, 11th Marines, we used to call it 4-7, 4th Battalion, 7th Marines. We love those guys so much. I mean, they made our job easy time after time. So I think it's mostly a function of personality and sharing the experience. And it does apply more broadly.
Thank you,
so
sir.
No problem. Other questions?
I've got one back here on your far right in the back.
Oh, I see you back there.
We had this discussion in the car on the way in, and that was when you belong to an organization and you're good at taking orders and you're good at leading your group, and you find that the leadership above you seems to be making poor decisions, seems to be giving poor direction, how long do you stay in that spot and try to facilitate change? And when do you quit and go somewhere else that you can have a positive influence?
Yeah, remember you can only quit once, so you've got to exhaust all efforts to try to keep the organization on track. I think, too, that you have to recognize that sometimes you're wrong, and so you carry out any decision as best you can. But at the same time, if it becomes a moral decision or an ethical decision, that's an intensely personal decision. And remember, you're going to leave the people below you without their leader. So unless it's something that you find is, I would call it ethically, I would add a couple of things, strategically stupid to the extreme, unsupported by the facts, and morally wrong. You just keep trying to get your point across, while at the same time change how you're doing it and have other people critique you that you respect to make sure that you're giving it your best shot and you're not the one who's off base. But otherwise, just make sure you start with your head and then crank in your heart where you stand on it and your value system, because you can only quit once. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can do one more. All right, right here.
Mr. Manager, thank you for presenting to us. Earlier in your presentation, you talked about putting things on the elevator for others to see what we're doing. And you talked about the power of affection among the troops. I represent some educators as an educational consultant. How do educators put things like affection on the elevator for the youth and our younger colleagues to learn from?
Yeah, it's personal, like the legend of Bagger Vance. You got to have your own authentic swing on the golf course. You can't do it like someone else. But I think especially teachers have a unique opportunity too, because you can find from almost anyone who's successful. I've never met anyone successful who did not acknowledge the role of teachers. I have so many stories along these lines, because teachers and coaches, because of the personal relationship to the student or the athlete, they at times can have a different relationship than a parent, but one that is in some ways more telling, because they open the youth, the young man or woman, to a broader, perhaps a broader world than a parent can. A parent is a product of their formative experience too. So they send their kid to school so they can learn the broader world. And the teachers who do that, I think who do it most, are ones that show this. They listen and they learn and they help and then they lead. It's remarkable how much I have found what George Washington did is reflected in good coaches and good teachers throughout my life. I will tell you right up front that most of my successes are directly attributed to a specific coach or teacher and what they taught me. And then I integrated them, what they taught me, in my own way. But I don't have an original idea in my head. Teachers, I think, can bring it out. And when they help someone like that, have you ever read Angela's Ashes?
Yes.
Remember how he's taught? He's exposed to Shakespeare, and all of a sudden he realizes, as dirt poor as that Irish kid is, nobody can control his mind. Remember when he finds that out?
It's been a while since I've written a course. So.
Yeah, it's worth reading again. Not that I'm going to give you homework. But for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a lot of good teachers and coaches. It's the values of this community and everything I was raised with here that allows me to stand up here today, simply another Richland guy who's coming back home, and happy to be here. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's what a room with 1,000 people standing and clapping sounds like. That's awesome. So much to learn from. Thank you, General Mattis, for those words. And like I said before, we were trying to take away some takeaways from his words. And I think I ran out of data texting myself the things you're dropping, and a lot of it is applicable to everyone in our lives. So thank you so much. And a sincere thank you for attending today. On Wednesday, January 29th, it's one of the Chamber's biggest events of the year. It's the Tri-Cities Women in Business Conference. The full-day conference features multiple keynote speakers, breakout presentations, and the Athena Awards Luncheon, which honors 2 of our top women leaders in this community. Make sure to register early, as the event does sell out in advance. You can register right now at tricityregionalchamber.com. Thank you all again for attending today's program. We appreciate your time and what you do. Have a great, wonderful afternoon, and go forward in commerce. Thank you, everyone.
Effective June 1st, Governor Inslee announced the Safe Start, Stay Healthy order. He expanded that initiative to include the Safe Start Washington phased reopening plan. The expansion moves Washington through the phased reopening on a county-by-county basis. With this new approach, counties have more flexibility to demonstrate they can safely allow additional economic activity based on targeted metrics.
Our cities and counties have been working together all along in conjunction with our local health district to identify and support options to safely accelerate the reopening of our businesses and saving of our economy. We have also had continuing dialogue with the governor's office and our legislators regarding our efforts, strong desire to reopen, and capacity to move to the next phases.
We have amazing, hardworking people in our communities, and we have the ability to get through the reopening phases with our resilience and cooperation. Not only do we need to demonstrate that we meet the safe reopening metrics to move through the next phases, we need to maintain those metrics to remain open and not slide backwards.
In order to safely reopen, the governor has established certain guidelines. Per his recent amended proclamation, effective June 8th, workers will be required to wear face coverings while on the job unless working alone. Employers are required to provide these to their employees. Residents should continue to practice 6-foot physical distancing, wear cloth face coverings in public places, and stay home if sick and wash hands frequently.
We deeply appreciate all the hard work and recognize the difficulties and the sacrifices you have made during the past months. Please be assured that as leaders in the community, we have been collectively working together on your behalf to safely reopen. But we need your help. Remember, we're in this together, and we'll get through this together.
I'd like to thank you for being cooperative and responsive.
Thank you for following the governor's recommendations.
Thank you for enduring these trying times.
Thank you. We are going to make it.
So this is coming from the heart. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We're in this together, and we'll get through this together.
Curious about where your property tax goes? Our property taxes support all kinds of basic public services like schools, ports, hospitals, social services, public safety, and facilities that you use on a daily basis. And yet, when we live in a city, only a small share of the property tax actually goes to the city. It pays for things like police officers, firefighters, streets, sidewalks, parks, and a vibrant Main Street. Each of us use many of these services every day, and others, well, we're happy when they're around in times of need. Businesses and visitors may want quality services. City property tax only increase 1% each year. The problem is that Washington's population is growing much more than 1%. In fact, by 2025, more than 830,000 people are expected to move here, and most will live in cities. And then there's inflation, the price increase of specific items over time. For cities, the cost of inflation, or the cost of providing services, grows faster than 1%. Simply put, property tax does not keep up with rising inflation and population growth. We all want to live in a vibrant city, so let's work together to make sure property tax keeps pace.
You're watching CityView TV, your Richland community connection.
What better time than now to dig into your favorite book or celebrate your favorite author? The Richland Library may be eerily empty compared to the normal bustle of staff, families, and other visitors, but there are many ways users can stay engaged. Although the library remains closed due to the governor's directives, users can still enjoy books and library activities in Richland. To help you be successful with the summer reading program, the library continues to expand its digital catalog. Tools such as Hoopla and Overdrive allow you to download and stream ebooks, audiobooks, movies, TV shows, and music. We also offer access to a number of database coverings, everything from finance and careers to language learning and car repair. Use your library card for free access to all of these resources and more, online or right from your mobile device. Go to myrichlandlibrary.org and navigate to Using Your Library.
We're really excited to be here today. I'm Holly Logan with the City of Richland. Before we get started, I just wanted to remind you, if you haven't yet put your business card in the box in the back, we've got a fun gift basket that we're going to be raffling off at the end of our session today. Again, I'm the Communications and Marketing Manager at the City of Richland. So my focus is going to be a little bit more on the business best practices that we deal with on a daily basis at the City of Richland, and then also share some tools and resources that we use that we think will be relevant not only to organizations, but also to small businesses that you might be able to find as good tools.
I'm Cerise Peck, like they said, from the Richland Police Department. I'm going to give you a small glimpse into the dark world that I typically teach, but we're going to talk about reducing risk and who's watching you, what kind of voice are you using even between business and personal life, what you got going out there on the internet.
Awesome. And my name is Rika Robinson, and yes, I do the morning show on Power 99.1, but I'm a lot more than that. I am also a motivational speaker and a single girls life coach, and we're going to be talking about social media and the personal side, how it's linked to depression, and I'll give you tips on how to diminish that.
Awesome. So we all are just going to kind of offer our perspective throughout each other's presentations today. So we hope to leave some time at the end for some questions. So feel free to ask us some of those at the end of the session anytime. So I wanted to start off with doing a survey or a poll, and I'm going to ask each of you to get your smartphones out. We're going to do a Slido poll. This is going to help give us a little bit of context of what we're doing with our audience. So if you can go to open a browser on your smartphone like Chrome, and up in the search bar, type in slido.com. So our first poll today is, of the following, please select the social media platform you use most in your job or business. Ooh, Facebook coming out quick.
Ooh.
Ooh, Tinder, too.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I love it.
I love it.
This might be another session in the afternoon.
Yeah,
but
didn't schedule that one.
What?
I had to throw that in there just to kind of be silly.
Right.
So, yeah. Really strong on the Facebook, it looks like, and then LinkedIn and Instagram, too, kind of coming in. I love how Tinder's like going up and then coming back down again. So that's great. It gives us a little bit of perspective. It's coincidentally, I will be focusing mostly on Facebook, a little bit of Instagram and LinkedIn, because that is really where the most of our audience is with communicating with our citizens on social media. So I'm going to switch on back here. Super cool. Okay, so I'm going to just get started real quickly and just give you an overview about the City of Richland and our team and what we do and how we communicate with our citizens. So this is my lovely communications team right here. There are 5 of us. They're awesome. I have 5 staff. I have Mike and Mark, the 2 gentlemen in the picture here. This was a picture from our holiday parties that we had, so I just had to show some of the fun that we have. So Mike is in the back right now. He and Mark are our cable communications team. And what you might not know is that the City of Richland has a franchise agreement with Charter Communications, and part of that agreement is we're contractually obligated to produce content to stream on their channels. We have Charter Cable Channel 192, if you ever want to, pull that up in your guide. If you're not a Charter customer, we also stream it all on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, and on our website. And then we also have Gail. She's sitting over here, Gail somewhere, yay! She's our marketing specialist, and she's really responsible for doing a lot of the social media updates, managing our website content. She's assisting me with media and public relations, and she does a lot of our internal communications, our internal newsletter as well. And then right there in the middle is Miss Allison. She's our graphic designer. She's awesome, rounding out our team. And she's responsible for our brand and also anything that goes out graphically, internally and externally within the city. One thing you might not know about the city of Richland is that we have 520 full-time staff. Give or take a dozen here or there depending on temporary and seasonal staff, but we have a really large team. And we have, what is considered kind of a full-service agency. So we're unique compared to some of our other surrounding agencies in that not only do we have Parks and Recreation and our public safety and our streets and our water utilities, but we also have our own electric utility and solid waste utility too, so our own garbage collection and a public library. So our team supports 10 departments within the city. So it can get very complex because we're sharing several types of information with our citizens. With that, our audience is pretty defined. Our leadership has told us we want to target our citizens. That's our audience. So it may be a little bit different than what some of the business owners here have, where you're looking to broaden your audience, you're looking to gain more followers and get more engagement out there to sell your services and your business. But we focus really on our citizens and those who also work or shop or visit Richland. And also we want to share relevant information throughout our region. So I wanted to kind of talk to you about some of the tools and resources that we use. We do have 13 social media accounts at the city of Richland. And so that's a lot to manage. And I can't do it alone. I am ultimately responsible for all of our social media accounts, but we have several administrators, including Cerise on our police department and a couple of other ones that are here in the audience. And we do try to do as good a job as we can identifying our voice and our brand and how we want to convey the city to our citizens. And it can be daunting. One tool that we have that was just recently finalized is a social media policy. Does anybody else in here have a social media policy that they use within their companies? Or, yeah? Yeah, they're really important to have. Ours has been in the making for like 3 or 4 years. But it really helps protect the brand, your employees, your constituents, your elected officials, and help just provide them direction and set some parameters around social media usage. And it also allows us to enforce people with consequences if they operate outside of those parameters. We want to make sure that we're providing the right guidelines and direction so that we are using those social media platforms appropriately. As a government agency, we are required to retain the information that we share on social media, and we're subject to the Public Records Act, and so we need to make sure that we're doing everything as according to our policy. And so we worked really closely with our city attorney to get that passed, and that has been recently finalized. Another tool, and if you're interested in looking at some samples, I'm happy to share those with you after this, or you can follow up with me anytime about a successful social media policy. Another tool that we use is called Sprout Social. It's a social media management platform. You might have also heard of Hootsuite, and this really helps us. It's kind of a hub or a dashboard for us to sync all of our social media accounts to one dashboard. So we have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And so we're able to see on this dashboard all of our accounts in real time. We're able to schedule posts, and we're able to make sure that we're sharing consistent messaging across all of those accounts. It's really become helpful When we're trying to share information about, for example, our snow and ice control policy and updates on that, we struggled with that last year. Anybody remember Snowmageddon 2019? I'd like to forget it. I still have PTSD about that. But and also sharing consistent messaging about recruitment efforts or some of our larger campaigns or initiatives that we have going on. It provides analytics. It allows you to give access to other users and administrators within your organization who can be assigned to answer comments and questions. So it's been an interesting platform and something that's been worth the investment for us. Like I said, we've been really lucky to have Allison on board as our graphic designer. And one tool that we like to use, and I think is something that smaller businesses who don't have access to those resources should look into too. It's called Canva. It's an awesome graphics design platform. I think we pay $15 a month for it. You're able to upload your brand standards into it, and as well as your logos, and you have access to some stock photo, other elements, and templates. Yeah. Yeah, and you actually use that one too, right?
I actually use it. I don't pay for it.
Yeah, there is a free version.
Yeah. I'm a business of one right now. I have dreams of having 10 employees one day. But yeah, so I actually use it, and the free version is fine. I don't even know what the paid version gives, so it's like I haven't tasted the apple yet.
The paid version gives you access to more stock photos and more templates.
Right.
Yeah, so you have a little bit more option and variety. But again, most of our graphics design comes from Allison, but we do have some of our department admins who have access to this platform, and then she'll review kind of what they put together. So if you're a small business, and you don't have access to this or other graphic support, you might consider doing this. Using this tool. Another tool we use is called Grammarly. It's a plugin that you can download from Chrome. It's free, and it kind of goes through any of your content and your copy that you've got going out there and notifies you if you have misspellings or improper grammar usage. I was telling these guys, ironically, when I was creating this presentation, I spelled Grammarly wrong. I spelled it ER, and so it helped fix that so I didn't look like a complete idiot. You can also, there is a paid version for it. I think it's an additional $10 a month that'll dive a little bit deeper into some of your grammar and word usage. But again, it's free, plug in on Chrome. That's something that you might consider looking into. It's been a good tool for us. So we use it for our social media. We also use it for our employee newsletter and some of our other media and press outreach. How are we doing on time, Taylor? Doing pretty good? Okay, sounds good. I'll just run through some of these statistics with you really quickly. I'm involved in government social media organization. Facebook recognized that they needed to support government and politics and advocacy groups a little bit more. So they have a new government branch of Facebook where we have a little bit more direct contact with a representative with Facebook, to where we actually get to speak to someone directly versus going through several different channels. So at our last conference, they shared with us some statistics. I was just going to let you guys know about them, and some ways that you can increase your engagement despite the algorithms that they continue to put out there. So there are 237 billion active users worldwide on Facebook, and 1.56 billion log in daily. That's an obscene amount. So if you think Facebook is kind of decreasing or not going much further, you're wrong. It's continuing to grow worldwide. Facebook also owns Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger. I think they also own Pinterest. And of those, 2 billion access these social media platforms daily. So just to give you some context, there's about 7.7 billion people in the world, I think, and only half of them actually have access to internet. So those who do have access to internet are on social media. Some of their biggest challenges, of course, are the data privacy violations, and they continue to hire more and more people. They told us last time specifically to kind of government, politics, and advocacy groups to work on security measures because people do abuse the ability and the access to these platforms. So a little bit more about an algorithm. It's just a formula for how Facebook decides which post users see. It's continuously evolving, but what they want is for people to spend time viewing content that is more meaningful and valuable to that specific user. You may have noticed over the course of the last year, some of your posts that you're putting on Facebook aren't getting the amount of engagement or views that they had in years past, and that's because they're changing the algorithms. In fact, at the end of 2019, there was a 2.2% decrease in your reach on Facebook. And that still only leaves only 5.5% of your posts on your feed are getting viewed by your followers. So what can you do to increase that engagement and exposure to followers? Video is a huge component of that with Facebook right now. You want to upload organic, fresh, new content versus sharing existing content. And you want to upload it directly to the platform versus sharing a YouTube link. And you really want to consider using Facebook Live. We've done it a few times. We have had some challenges with some of the sound and connectivity, but it's worked. But that will increase your reach by 6%. So consider using Facebook Live a little bit more. I know I've seen some of you guys doing that, but maybe consider doing that a little bit more. And then, like it or not, they want you to buy advertising. And so they're there to make money. It's too. You're going to see this on Instagram. You're going to see this on Facebook, LinkedIn. And so even if you will put $5 to boost a post, you can get more viewers. You can get more engagement. And you can also target the demographic with which you're sharing the information to. So also they love the Instagram stories and the Facebook stories. Start putting your information more into those stories. A lot of you are doing it, but really the newsfeed is not getting, with the algorithms, that much exposure as much as the stories are. So that was a quick little nugget. Just want to let you know I've identified a few companies that I think are doing really well when it comes to social media. In regards to small businesses, I want to give a shout out to Lucky Flowers. I don't know if Melissa is in here, but Melissa has done a really good job of knowing her customer, knowing her audience. Very relatable post on Instagram, also doing Instagram stories. If you want to, she's at about 9,900 followers on Instagram. Maybe think about following her today and boosting her over that 10,000 follower mark. But she's also on Facebook, relatable content, posting her events, consistent content, and she's getting great reviews. So on a government organization or higher ed, I wanted to give a shout out to CBC. They've recently, Columbia Basin College, for those that may not know, they recently refreshed their brand. They've done a really good job of identifying their audience of existing students, prospective students, alumni, and especially community, and highlighting their community involvement. They have the right balance of topics related to students, programs, education. So check out some of the stuff that they're doing at CBC. And then in regards to a large organization and a contractor, I just wanted to give a shout out to Mission Support Alliance. They're representing multiple contractors. Hanford cleanup is not necessarily the most sexy topic we can talk about. And so they really focus and put a lot of emphasis on their community involvement. Oh my gosh, they're so involved in the community. They volunteer in so many things. And they also are doing a good job of recognizing individual employees and things that they are doing in their real life that help add to the culture of MSA. So with that, thank you for your time. I'm going to pass it over to my friend, Cerise.
Thank you.
Yay!
Okay, so we're going to go back to Slido, please, if you would like to humor us with another survey or poll here. How would you rate your knowledge of social media platforms as it relates to your personal use? Very savvy, enough to post and like, or I need a teen to help me. All right.
So kind of middle of the road?
Yeah, kind of middle of the road. I love seeing that you know enough to like and post. You probably will reconsider when I'm done in my 10 minutes or 15 minutes how much you investigate the social media platforms that you're using.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We'll go ahead and
let's do this.
roll it. All right. So my name is Therese Peck. I work for the Richland Police Department. I represent the City of Richland and the Richland Police Department on social media. Holly talked a lot about business practices and how the City of Richland has been really successful with platforms that Holly runs. I'm going to talk a little bit about further than the business. So I work for the police department, I work for the city, but I represent not only the city, I represent my family, I represent my friends, I represent the ICAC task force that I talk for. What I want you to pay attention in my 10 minutes, 15 minutes is, what voice are you representing? When we talk about the path that we're paving and what we're doing moving forward, what are you going to leave with that path? So I always use my own pictures, because why not? Everybody in here pretty much knows I have a cheerleader anyways. Everybody knows where I work. So up here I have some photos. There's my coworkers. I represent them when I post on social media. On my personal social media, whether it's my personal page or not, my voice still represents those men and women in uniform, and I take it very seriously. I have community partners, so that's Desiree Reynolds from SARC. Her and I met up for some blue candles in a parking lot one day, and we snapped a picture in the wind. When I post on social media, I am representing the community partners that I have those connections with through my work, but also through personal life. And then I'm representing my family when I post on social media. So if I take a picture of my daughter and I put it on social media, everybody that sees that Instagram or that Facebook knows that I have a daughter who's a cheerleader. I also have a son, but I don't talk about him very much. So no, I'm kidding. I just had to use the cheerleader because it's for the rest of the story. So when you're posting on Facebook, the information you're sharing, are you okay with that persona and that representation going out to the world? Are you putting, a funny meme that might be funny to me and Holly, but it might not be funny for everybody? So you have to pay attention to what you're memorializing when you're using your social media, because we are paving the path not only for our business, but for people that are coming behind us. And are you unwillingly oversharing? Yeah, even I am guilty of this. I will tell you a story really quickly at the end that will definitely make you check your phone before you go to sleep at night, I promise. So we're going to go with the cheerleader, because that's the easy one. Who's watching what you're posting? Your coworkers are watching, your friends, your family. But there's other people that are watching you guys, I promise. There's family members are watching, but there's strangers out there too. So how many of you, you don't raise your hand please, but there's people on your Facebook that you're like, meh, I got 10, 20 connections with them, probably a good business connection, I'll go ahead and add them. Well, I don't know, who that person is exactly, but I know 20 of their friends, so it's probably a safe ad. Let me walk you through a little bit, and I teach internet crimes against children, so that's my subject matter that I'm most expert about, so I'm going to use that. So there's my daughter. She cheers for force. I put a lot of pictures of her on Facebook. My page is private for that reason. I protect my child. I don't put a lot of her information on Instagram. My kids are not allowed to have social media. That's a completely different 90 minutes that I will stand on my soapbox. But my kids don't have social media, so any pictures that get shared of them are on my page. So if you're familiar with social media, whether you're using Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you can search using hashtags. And to get these screenshots for you, I searched #InstaCheer. I belong to a really large cheer gym. We have a lot of young ladies that use Instagram, and InstaCheer is a really popular hashtag. If anybody has seen the Netflix show Cheer,
yes.
That is my life, but it is a real deal, folks. It is widely popular, and now it's gaining a lot more traction. So these posts are gaining a lot more traction on Instagram, especially, and TikTok. So I used Instagram too because I feel like everybody in here would probably be a little bit more familiar with that platform than TikTok. I didn't want to drag you down the TikTok rabbit hole this early in the morning. So #InstaCheer has 113,000 followers. There's 113,000 followers on Instagram that follow this hashtag. The gentleman in the bottom corner happens to be one of them. So under InstaCheer, #InstaCheer, I scrolled down and I found this cute little blonde girl who reminds me of my cute little blonde girl. Her page is not private. This photo, which is under that hashtag, has 1,190 likes. So I thought, okay, there's 1,100, 1,200 people that like this picture. Let's see who's liking this picture. Let's see who's following this child. I went to her page, Haley Smith Official. So she's obviously, her parents or somebody is managing a page for her. She's a young cheerleader. She's a model. They're making money off of this. She's got almost 32,000 followers. I would imagine this child is maybe 6, 7 years old. So on her page, I scrolled down until I found the far picture with the Tiffany's. And I was like, well, I like Tiffany's. Let's see what's going on here. Found this picture that has 1,300 likes. And I asked myself, because oftentimes in the middle of the night as I'm going down the rabbit hole, I'm like, let's see who likes this young lady's picture. So it took me about 2 seconds to find this gentleman who has an Instagram account. He has 0 posts on his Instagram account. He's got 1,400 followers, but better yet, he's got almost 7,500 people that he's following. When you look at who he's following, we find the first one, who is Amelia. She is a young actor. She lives in China, it would appear, and these are the type of people that are using these open accounts to follow these young individuals. There's no reason for somebody to have an Instagram account and to be following minor girls if they're not posting, if they're adding nothing of value to the social media.
Yeah.
Another girl that he's following happens to be this young lady. She also has a TikTok account that she's advertising, so I guarantee that he is also following her on TikTok. So when I say, what are you putting out into the world, what are you exposing your kids to as well? It doesn't just, this is just one example of how easy it is for somebody to obtain information, to follow, to get access to what they're looking for. That was really, really easy. This took me literally 3 minutes on a Tuesday morning, and I threw them together and threw them into a slide. But how are you keeping that balance? Knowing that this is out there, and it's not just kids, you guys. I had somebody text me one day, and Holly and I laugh about this story because I do stupid stuff sometimes. I had somebody text me. He was like, hey, Michelle, did you still want that picture? And I was like, well, this ain't Michelle, but what you got going on there? You know, just kind of being smart. And we texted back and forth, you know, nothing inappropriate or anything like that, but I was being flippant and kind of funny. And I texted her and I was like, hey, look at this, send her a screenshot. I got this dude that's texting me. This is kind of funny that, you know, he mistakenly texted me and now it's, you know, divine intervention is my next husband or whatever. She's like, well, do you have a photo? And I was like, oh, I'll get you a photo. So he sends me a picture. I send it to her and we're laughing back and forth. Well, he asked me if I would meet up with him, and I'm not that stupid. So I said, no, I'm not going to meet up with you. I don't know you. And he refused to tell me anything about him. And so finally, because I pressured him and interrogated and maybe made some side comment threats, he said, well, okay, I'm not really who I say I am. I got your phone number off of Facebook. I thought you're cute, and I texted you. And I said, BS, my number's not on Facebook. I am not that dumb. And he's like, yeah, it is. And so I pulled up my Facebook account. Facebook had ran a privacy update, didn't tell anybody that they published all our phone numbers. So all of the followers on my Facebook account, I suddenly had this sinking feeling of, what just happened? I don't know who this individual is. I still don't know who this individual is. But this person who decided that they were going to be untruthful and text me has seen my kids. They've seen where I work. They've seen my friends. They've seen my family. And so I quickly went through and deleted anybody that I did not literally know. And it doesn't mean that it's still not one of my friends on Facebook.
Yeah.
But you got to check your privacy settings regularly because that kind of stuff happens all the time. You'll upgrade your app and your number will be published. I see you guys pulling out your phones right now. You're like, it's my number. So what you put out there, you have to know can be seen by just about anybody. And if you're not cognitive of the message of the persona that you are using, I would be in deep water if Holly got a picture of me doing something inappropriate and it was, I'm representing a department, I'm representing my friends, I'm representing my family, and most importantly, I'm representing my daughter. And I don't ever want her to look back and see an opportunity where I let her down and where I didn't represent her as a parent, as a woman, as a leader, and I misrepresented her on social media.
And safety is of the utmost important. And I think what she's getting at, too, is with social media, the more you're out there, the more vulnerable you are. And so it's a good reminder for all of us to check not only our own privacy settings through all of our accounts, but be very, very aware of any of your kids who are on social media and on a regular basis check and make sure that they're not public and out there for anyone to see and find out information about them.
So if you want to find out more about the kids online, I'll stand up here forever, but we're going to turn it over to Rika because she's got an amazing message, and we really appreciate you guys sitting through this and your time today.
Yep. So thank you, Cerise. Thank you. How many of you are checking Facebook right now because you're like, there's my phone number up there? So we'll keep out your phones because we're going to do another Slido survey or whatever. There you go. When do you first access your social media on most days? I see it.
I had to reword this because originally I think I had something like, upon waking.
When do you?
When you awake from your slumber.
It's like, why is it the King's English? What's happening? All right, so once I get through, okay. All right, so once I get through this, you may want to change your mind, okay? All right, so just so you know, I'm going to talk about how social media is linked to depression, but I want you to also know some of depression is self-imposed, but some of it is not. So if you feel that you need to talk to somebody, you need a counselor, please do that. I am not that. I will give you tips on how, yes, I did fall into a rabbit hole because of social media, and I was sad about my life, and oh, woe is me. But I was able to fix that with these tips that I'm going to give you. So again, I'm not your doctor, but I can give you some tips that helped me, okay? So what path are we paving? That's what we are talking about today, right? And specifically about social media. I want you to pave a path on social media that is conscious, okay? I want you to do things on purpose, as Oprah says, with intention, okay? And not doing it unconsciously. And so I'm going to tell you a personal story about what happened to me, social media, about 6 years ago, okay? So this is before I actually knew that you could literally design your life, like literally make decisions for you to live a happier life. Before I actually knew that you could live consciously instead of unconsciously. Before I actually knew that there were links to depression and social media, guess what I used to do? I used to wake up and scroll. Wake up and scroll. Wake up and scroll. And I used to check my Instagram. What y'all doing? I mean, literally before the sleep was wiped out of my eye, okay? And I'm going to walk down here. If I accidentally fall, it was on purpose. It's part of the show. I did pinch a sciatic nerve. It's doing better today. So I'm like, okay, I'm wearing heels. I think I got this. But if you see me later in my slides.
Yeah, you made it in your heels today, Rika.
I did. I made it. So this is what I used to do. About 6 years ago is when I moved here to Tri-Cities. I'm 36. I was 30 back then. Just a fun fact, I was born here, but I grew up in Seattle, right? So anyway, I used to scroll, and back then, Instagram was getting really popular. I was on Instagram. I took the job here to be the morning show host on Power 99.1, and that's the thing they tell us to do. You got to be on social media. You got to be putting yourself out there. You're a radio personality. Show your personality. Okay, cool. So the hashtag relationship goals was really popular back then. It's still kind of popular, but I was following everybody. Every celebrity, every person, everybody. How many single people are in here? Any single people? Okay, a few. So when I was following those people, a lot of people that I was following was married, having kids, getting engaged, especially around Christmas time. That's when you see all the engagements. New Year's, everybody is getting married and everybody is having babies, and my life in real life was just like that as well. So again, then, I'm 36 now, then I was 30, not married, still not married, don't have any kids, and single. So when I was 30, I started to look at social media and think, oh my God, something's wrong with me. Oh my God, everybody's getting married. Oh my God, everybody's having kids. I'm 30, I didn't make the goal. Oh my God, when my mom got married to my dad, she was 22, and then I'm behind. Because society tells us as women, honey, the goal in life is get married and start popping out them babies. And I wasn't there. And that made me feel like I gotta hurry up. So I was dating and dated any guy that picked me. Yeah, I got picked. Let's date. And that actually led me to an abusive relationship. Because again, who I was following and scrolling and looking at in the morning made me feel bad about myself. Okay? My teacher, so I went to Howard University in Washington, D.C., and yeah, I'm a bison. And one of my teachers, my major was TV production, and he said, listen, Images are powerful. Images control the self-esteem of the masses, and that means you. So what are you looking at every day that subconsciously is telling you, you didn't make it, you're overweight, you don't have the right job, she has a Louis Vuitton bag, you don't. I'm serious. Like, we think, oh, I'm just looking at pictures. But for some reason, that's the way God made us, the human body. Images are powerful, okay? So what was happening, instead of, like I said, this is before I knew that you could design your life. So instead, I was trying to follow the herd because we're sheep. We're unconsciously, subconsciously, we're sheep. So I'm trying to follow you guys, and I'm trying to get married, and I'm trying to blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't working out for me. And I was being abused because of that. But then, got out of that relationship, and I started thinking about the images and what I was watching, and I actually started thinking about, wait a minute, I don't feel bad about being single. Thank God I don't have 5 kids. No knock on anybody who does, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying for me, no. I have a pit bull. I love my dog, okay? So what was happening was what is called solitude deprivation, and I'm actually going to read you this quote by Cal Newport. And actually, in the box, before you leave, don't forget, we're going to do our drawing. You'll win this book. It's called Digital Minimalism. And I want to read you his quote. I couldn't memorize it, sorry. So Cal Newport says, there is a thing called solitude deprivation. So what happens if you never give yourself any time alone with your own thoughts? It's just you and your thoughts alone. You're bored, you're looking at the world around you, but you're not looking at input that was created by another person. Research shows anxiety really jumps up when you start banishing time alone with your thoughts. It short-circuits the brain. So what happens is you get anxious. I think in this culture we have this background hum of anxiety that we've just become used to. Like, yeah, you just kind of always feel anxious. But a lot of it is because we've short-circuited our brain. Because this brain, the brain God gave us, was not meant to be processing input from other people all day long, and that's what we're doing. You wake up and scroll. What does the world tell me to think today? That's not what our brain evolved for, so it's crossing some wires up in here. We're getting frazzled, a little anxious, and we don't realize it's probably self-imposed, okay? So let me ask you this. Raise your hand if you're a human. Okay, good. No sheep in here? No elephant? Okay. I just wanted to make sure because this survey was done on humans, okay? So you're not exempt from this. Just because you weren't in the survey doesn't mean this does not apply to you, okay? 20,000 people surveyed. Of that 20,000, 54%, that's over half, says that they feel like no one knows them well. They don't know them well. And then 56% reported sometimes or always feeling like people they were like surrounded with, they didn't necessarily like know them, they couldn't relate to them, they felt lonely. See, what happens is psychologists got curious about social media. Since it made the world smaller, does that mean we're connecting more? And, we're not. We're just laughing at memes, liking pictures. But for me, what it did is it made me feel very alone. Because, again, everybody else was married and having kids, and not me. So I tell you all this because I want you to be aware of social media's impact on your mental health. It matters. I know you're just like, it's just pictures now. It's not. So maybe you don't need to be following a lot of the people you're following, especially if you don't know them, because again, images will control your self-esteem more than you know. More than you know, okay? So this is what I did. I kind of was like Cerise. No, I was like Cerise. This is how I helped myself. So on your friend page on Facebook, you can have 5,000 friends. That's the max. I had almost 5,000 friends. Because I'm a radio personality, so everybody wants to be my friend. So I'm like, yep, friending everybody. But then that election happened. And all the negativity happened and all of that. And I was like, whoa, what is that? What is happening? And all of these negative statuses and all of this negative. And I'm just not naturally a negative person. So what I did, I started deleting. Don't know you, don't know you, don't know you, don't know you. And so now I'm about maybe 1,800. I still got more to go. Because I'm still like, sometimes when somebody comments, I'm like, who is this? Like, who is this person?
You're like, how did you slip through the
How
cracks?
did you slip through the cracks? What's happening? So this is what I do. I have like 30 notifications right now for friend requests. Because this is what happens. Like, you'll see me, and this is no knock to anybody in here who would do it. You'll get home and you'll say, oh, I saw Rika talk, let me friend her. I will not add you. I don't know you. And it's not a knock on you again, I just don't know you. So what I do is I send them this message, letting them know, hey, I got a like page, go over there. But if you have a question, let me know. And I've cultivated this over the couple of years because it used to come off very mean. Now I feel like this is a little bit more professional. And I did have one girl be like, so I can't be your friend on here? Nope. Who are you? That would literally be like this. Like, when people friend request people, it's so weird because I'm like, you don't send me a message. It'd be like if I was in Target, say I don't know you, I know you. But I was in Target and I just went like this, hey! And just kept walking. You'd be like, Shannon would be like, who was that? But that's what we do on Facebook and Instagram. Like, oh, I saw her one time at a store, let me add her. Who are you? Who are you? So again, this is no knock on you, okay? Also this, where am I on time? Okay. Also this, don't let people suck you into a debate about a topic in which you're neither interested nor well-versed. That's one of my, you were talking about your policies, Holly. So this literally happened like 2 weeks ago. I posted this nice post, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to McLaughlin Middle School. I'm going to speak about Martin Luther King. My ancestors would be proud of me. I'm so happy that I'm allowed to do this, because back then it'd be illegal. All these nice things about Martin Luther King. Look what she said. As a Christian, does that bother you that he had a mistress and he was cheating on his wife? Who are you? Who are you? So I did not respond, and actually one of my friends did, and very nicely cussed her out without cuss words. I'm just like, okay, he did okay. But I'm still happy that Martin Luther King existed. I would not be able to be up here in front of you if he didn't. So why do I want to be in that conversation? I'm cool, you know? So the bottom line is, the more you use and take stock in social media, the more you are actually hurting yourself. Who are you following? What are you liking? If you're trying to lose weight, maybe you don't need to follow the models who are size 2. I literally, the only people I follow are people I know and Oprah. Oh, and Beyonce. That's it. If I don't know you, if you're not somebody who's positive, I literally, and then I focus on following people like Tracy Ellis Ross, who's 50, not married, doesn't have kids. I focus on the women who are doing things that I want to do and who are like me, so I can feel okay with myself. We have to do that, unfortunately. We have to. It's part of the human condition. So, here are some tips, okay? Give yourself time. For those of you who said you look at your phone first thing in the morning, who was it? Raise your hand. Put that phone down. For me, my phone, if you have an iPhone, I'm sure on Android, you have Do Not Disturb. My phone goes off at 7 p.m. I get up at 4:30, so it's, Jesus. Y'all pray for me every morning because it is not easy. Anyway, my phone goes off at 7, and then I will not hear a ding or a ring until 5:30 in the morning. So I've already had a whole hour to myself. What do I think about today? Today going to be a good day. Yep. 75 and sunny. Set boundaries. Have business hours. So I have business hours around my social media. Protect your privacy, just like Cerise was talking about. Cultivate who you follow. I know you feel bad, like, oh, I'm going to unfriend them. Why do you feel bad? Who made the rules of social media? Who made those rules? You can make your own rules and avoid ignorance. If you're like, you know what, I did not wake up on this Wednesday morning to argue about Martin Luther King, I'm not going to have that conversation. Don't have it. You don't have to. So those are your tips to get through social media and to diminish the link that social media has to depression. It's real. Again, are you a human? Those are the tests they did. They did them on humans. Yay.
Thank you, Judy.
Good job, guys.
Hello, I'm Officer Eric Edwards with the Richland Police Department, and new distracted driving laws are now in effect. Over 26% of vehicle crashes involve phone distraction. and you are 3 times more likely to be involved in a collision when talking on the phone. Handheld cell phone and any other electronic device use is no longer allowed while driving, even while stopped in traffic or at a traffic light. This includes text messaging, looking up information, taking pictures, or any other handheld use. Hands-free uses, or uses that start with a single touch or swipe, are allowed. Officers will be enforcing these new laws. The first violation will be a fine of $136 and will be included on your driver's record. Please put your phone away while driving, but if you must use it, park first, away from the flow of traffic. Remember, nothing on your electronic device is worth that kind of risk. Be
Richland is growing, and with that growth comes transportation issues. Your city is committed to creating and maintaining safe streets available to everyone. Hello, I'm Gail Everett, and thanks for joining me on this special program about sharing our streets. Joining me today is Richland traffic engineer John Deskins. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
When Richland plans new streets or updates its existing street system, city engineers reference the recently adopted Complete Streets policy. Why was Richland's Complete Street policy adopted, and what does it mean for our residents?
Well, basically, the Complete Streets policy was developed to help guide staff in creating and maintaining a safe transportation system for all users, and that includes pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, and motor vehicles. So what that does, though, is it also helps promote active transportation, like bicycling and walking, and so that promotes having a healthier community.
All right, excellent. John, can you explain some of the changes that have recently been completed?
Sure. We've recently worked on Swift Boulevard in front of City Hall. We added bicycle lanes on Swift Boulevard, as well as some pedestrian-activated beacons at the library and also at Cadillac Hospital.
Okay, excellent. Is there anywhere else?
Sure. We have some other projects like Jadwin Avenue.
Okay.
You may have noticed that there's some new bicycle lanes out there between Williams and Chief Joseph Middle School.
There sure are.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about those bike lanes is it adds a nice buffer space against sidewalks, so you feel like you're more separated from traffic if you're sitting at a bus stop or walking along the sidewalk.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. That's true.
Recently, we're working on a project right now on George Washington Way that adds bicycle lanes from McMurray all the way to Horn Rapids.
Okay.
And back when we did Queensgate Drive, we added bicycle lanes on the roadway there, as well as updated and added to the pathway along Queensgate and Keene.
So what future projects lay ahead?
Well, we'd like to extend the bike lanes on Jadwin Boulevard, so we're looking at an opportunity to do that between Swift and Williams, and also from SR 240 down to the middle school.
Okay.
We'll be looking, when we do roadway projects, resurfacing projects, at opportunities to add bike lanes or other features at that time.
Okay.
And we're also trying to obtain funding for 2 major bicycle projects for planning purposes, and that's the Vantage Pathway completion between SR 240 and Hagen Road out there by Horn Rapids.
Really? Okay, that sounds great.
And another exciting project we're trying to get some funding for so we can do some planning is a new overpass, bicycle pedestrian overpass over SR 240 near Columbia Center Boulevard.
Really? Well, that sounds like some exciting projects. That's awesome. With the addition of sidewalk and crosswalk improvements, as well as the addition of more bicycle lanes in Richland, comes the need for navigation tips for all users. What are the basic rules for shared use of our roadway, John?
Well, we've talked a lot about bicycles already, so I'll say that all city streets allow for bicycle use, whether they're marked or not. And when bicyclists are using the street, they should ride in the direction of traffic.
Okay.
One common misconception is that bicyclists are allowed to use the sidewalk. So if you're not comfortable being in the street, whether it's in the street with traffic or bike lanes, you can use the sidewalk. You just need to make sure to yield to all pedestrians. All city intersections have legal crosswalks, And that's another thing that maybe a lot of people don't know is we have legal crosswalks at any city intersection, whether it's marked or not.
Okay.
So if you see a pedestrian that's waiting to cross the street in the intersection, you as a driver should stop and yield to those pedestrians. And as a pedestrian, you want to make sure that not just one driver stops, but there's usually 3 or 4 more lanes that you have to cross. And to do it safely, you want to make sure that all vehicles in all lanes are stopped for you.
Okay, and they say to for the pedestrian or the bicyclist to have actually contact with the drivers of all the vehicles?
Yeah, definitely having eye contact is a good means to make sure that you know that you're safe.
Yeah, and that they see you.
See you.
Very good. In areas that need to allow for motor vehicle turning lanes or streets that may be too narrow for separate bike lanes, bicyclists and motor vehicles will need to share the same pathway. Shared lane markings on the street and signage on the road will indicate that the bicyclist has the full lane of traffic. Please explain how these shared markings or sharrows work.
Okay, well, I'd like to talk about a specific location where we've installed them first, and that's at George Washington Way and Spengler, and also near George Washington and McMurray.
Okay, that's kind of North Richland, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So on the new bike lanes there, and specifically the sharrows were installed at this location because we had a gap in the bike lanes. We had to give up a little bit for the turn lane. Mm-hmm. So as a rider, you may want to stay in the road and just go through the intersection, and you can do that. And the sharrows are there to help the driver or the bicyclist position themselves properly in the lane. And but obviously, a lot of cyclists won't feel comfortable staying in the roadway like that, and they have an option to get off the roadway and use the sidewalk, as we've discussed. And they can go through the intersection and then hop back onto the bike lane on the other side.
Okay, so there are options.
There are options.
Let's watch this short video on how to use a shared lane.
In a continuous effort to make our streets safe for all roadway users, the city has installed new bicycle shared lane markings, or sharrows, at the intersection of George Washington Way and Spengler. These markings indicate a shared lane environment for bicycles and automobiles. When approaching the intersection at Spengler, the on-street bike lanes are dropped at the intersection to provide the necessary left turn lanes. Bicyclists have an option where the striped bicycle lanes end to use the new ramps up onto the sidewalk through the intersection or use the roadway. If using the sidewalk, cyclists need to yield to pedestrians and dismount and walk their bike across the intersection for safety. If the bicyclist chooses to use the roadway through the intersection, then they should position themselves safely in the lane centered on the sharrow marking. This marking and the associated sign that indicates bicycles may use the full lane also alerts motor vehicles to the potential presence of bicyclists. When the dedicated bike lane resumes, bicyclists should safely merge to the lane as soon as possible. When a motorist approaches a bicyclist in the sharrow zone, the driver should slow and follow considerately. If it is safe to pass, the driver should move into the left lane. Or if the roadway is a single lane, then pass on the left, giving 3 feet of space, and only do so when safe from oncoming traffic. In time, citizens will start seeing the use of sharrows in select locations in the city to help guide bicyclists and motorists more safely when in areas where a standard bike lane can't be provided. By being a courteous user and sharing our streets, we can all make our commute a smoother and safer way to travel for all users.
In some areas of the city, on-street parking is a problem due to narrow streets. Let's talk for a few moments about state laws as they regard parking. John, is it legal to partially or to park fully on a sidewalk?
The simple answer is no. Sidewalks are meant for pedestrians.
Okay, perfect. Well said. Well, what rules, how close can a car park to a crosswalk?
You can't park on a crosswalk, and you can't park within 20 feet of a crosswalk on either side. And the primary reason for that is we want to provide sight distance from the pedestrian to the driver and from the driver to the pedestrian so they can see each other and make a safe crossing.
Well, that makes sense.
So usually that 20-foot requirement applies anywhere. Sometimes those distances are increased, usually by posting signs to make sure we have even more sight distance.
The city has installed 14 crosswalk locations for pedestrian-activated rapid flashing beacons. What are these and how are these sites chosen for their use?
Well, typically they're places where we expect high usage by pedestrians. Okay. Places like the library, the hospital, maybe our pathways and trails, high-use transit stops where people are trying to cross a 5-lane roadway to get back and forth to the transit stops, and also schools.
Okay, excellent. And the good part of this is most of them have been funded by grants and partnerships. Can you explain this a little bit more to me?
Sure. We've used the Community Development Block Grant Program to fund many of our key locations.
Okay.
And we've also included them on capital projects when we've had the opportunity. Other funding partners are the State Highway Safety Program and also the Washington Traffic Safety Commission.
Okay, and did you mention earlier that the Battelle had contributed?
That's right. PNNL has also are planning to install 3 locations up by their campus as well, so you'll see those soon.
Okay, great. So how many more are planned for the future in Richland?
Well, right now we have 8 more planned with several on the drawing board and some that have been grant funded, so they'll be on the drawing board soon. So hopefully within the next 2 years, those 8 will be installed and completed.
Sounds like we're going towards that walkable Richland that we have always wanted to be, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Let's watch this short video on how to use a pedestrian-activated rapid flash beacon.
As a part of the city's effort to make pedestrian street crossings more safe for users, new pedestrian-activated rapid flash beacons are being installed throughout the city. These are used to supplement warning signs and alert drivers at unsignalized intersections, mid-block crosswalks, and roundabouts. To use, activate the warning lights. Stop at the edge of the crosswalk and look both ways for traffic to stop before stepping onto the crosswalk. Make sure all lanes of traffic have stopped. Use caution and remember to always walk in the crossing. By being a courteous user and sharing our streets, we can all make our travel smoother and safer for all users.
Where can people find more information on these issues?
Well, go to our city website and look under Public Works, and there you'll find sections about capital projects that we have ongoing, as well as a section for traffic and streets.
Okay, so you got a lot of good information out there, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes, great. Thank you to John Deskins for talking to us today about how we can all share the streets and make our city transportation system safe and accessible for all users. If you have any other questions about your city, the best place to start is at the city's website, where you can find at the link below. Thanks for watching.
I'm Jared. We're Klein Computers, and we repair customers' computers. We've definitely noticed the decrease in customers that we've had. Our customers were usually service calls, in which case we would go to their house, and we're not able to do that anymore. So we are limited to you dropping off your computer and you picking up your computer. We have set up tables in the front of the shop so that we are at a distance from the customers that come in. We limit the customers to 1 in the shop per time, and we also limit the amount of service techs in the shop per time, which is 1 at the current time. We do have a service where we will link with your computer. We'll remote access your computer and help you with your needs if they're accessible, or we'll call you and we'll try and help you over the phone. We also have limited hours, so due to the new norm, our hours are Monday through Saturday, 11 to 2. We would like you to know that we are still open, we are still essential, we are accepting your business. We will do our best to sanitize and social distance and fix your computer as best as possible.
nestled in the dry and open